Good evening. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hensy?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Krantz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the council are present.
Okay, very good. And if you would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Okay. This evening we have a couple of presentations, and the first one is a proclamation to Jake Marshall. And we have another proclamation for Alyssa Spencer, who isn't here, but if Jake could come up, that'd be great. And my understanding is that I see Chris Cote and Rob Machado. Rob Machado may be here as well. Rob, can you come on up? Cody Steele and Thad. Okay, very good. This is a proclamation in honor of you. Here, go ahead.
Okay, well, it's such an honor. Mayor Krantz is giving me the reins to present this proclamation. It was my husband who's like, you cannot let this go by without acknowledging Jake's achievements. And so fortunately, some folks from the Board Writers Club reached out and we were able to coordinate and write you a proclamation that we're really proud of. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. And it's a little long, so stick with me. And if my voice cracks, I'm going to send it over to Tony because I've been a little ill. Whereas it is with great honor and admiration that we gather to recognize the exceptional achievements of a resilient and dedicated athlete, Jake Marshall, who after his impressive debut on the World Surf League Championship Tour in 2021, returns no longer as a rookie, but as a seasoned professional. Do you feel different? Whereas Jake Marshall's unwavering determination, dedicated spirit, and focused efforts have capitulated him from a promising young surfer to a seasoned pro, evoking confidence in his ability to reach new heights and achieve excellence in the upcoming 2024 season. And whereas Jake Marshall returns from Brazil, having a fulfilled and paramount goal, securing a coveted spot to compete on the esteemed World Surf League Championship Tour, marking a monumental achievement in his career and positioning him as a contender for the esteemed title of World Champion. Bring it home for us. Whereas it is noteworthy that Jake Marshall, a proud member of the Encinitas Board Writers Club, a community-based nonprofit organization of surfing enthusiasts with a mission to enhance the community by mentoring our youth, fostering their future, advocating a healthy lifestyle, along with supporting local charities and businesses, is a beacon of inspiration and pride within our community. And whereas we commend Jake for his determination, dedication, and focused efforts that have led him to the pinnacle of professional surfing, inspiring individuals in our community and beyond. You want to read that last line so that it's authentic?
Now, therefore, I, Tony Krantz, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all City Council members, do hereby deem it an honor and pleasure to recognize Jake Marshall's exceptional achievements and congratulate him on making it to the World Surf League Championship Tour, and the best of luck when he completes in the upcoming 2024 season.
And I did watch a YouTube video about you, and I learned that the last surfer from Encinitas to compete was Rob Machado. Is that right? Yes. So it's been, what was that, in the 90s? Yeah. So we're so proud of you two, obviously, as an Encinitas local, but it's a little overdue, and we're so thankful that you're going to put our name on the world stage. So thank you so much. You want to come on up for a photo? Should we invite the rest of the council?
And we have a similar proclamation for Alyssa, and she wasn't able to join us tonight, but she has also advanced as well. And so clearly surfing is a thing in Encinitas that's going to stick around for a while.
Wonderful, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Take one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Should I give the Alyssa's? Okay, our next presentation is City's Blue City certification presentation. And we received this certificate of recognition from Project O, and Evelina Marchetti is the Chief Operating Officer, Project O, and Executive Director, Blue City Network. Ashley Prees. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're going to have some staff come up as well, right?
Yes, please.
Come on up, staff. Paul Meckler, Eric Steenblock, Crystal Nahara, and Todd Moreau. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kranz and distinguished members of the City Council. We are excited to be here today to congratulate Encinitas as the newest certified Blue City. The Blue City Network is a certification system that recognizes cities and counties that are demonstrating a commitment to healthy oceans and waterways. Encinitas joins a growing community of 11 other certified Blue cities in California, including its San Diego County neighbors in Solana Beach, Chula Vista, Imperial Beach, and friends to the north in Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, Malibu, Carmel by the Sea, and Santa Cruz. As part of the network, Encinitas will continue to collaborate with other cities and counties and receive support from a network of nonprofit partners to help Encinitas further develop programs that protect the marine environment. Encinitas impressively scored 455 out of 500 points on the certification assessment, placing them in the Ocean Hero tier. This certification process involves completing a detailed assessment form that evaluates the city's current and ongoing environmental initiatives and programs. The assessment is divided into 4 solution areas, which are waste minimization, climate protection and community resilience, water quality and efficiency, and healthy ecosystems. We use a data-driven approach to assess each city's progress in marine environmental protections. Achieving Blue City certification allows communities to credibly and transparently track their progress toward overall sustainability objectives. And now I will pass it over to Ashley, our Chief City Liaison, who gave personalized support to the city throughout the certification progress. She will share more about Encinitas' accomplishments.
Thank you, Evelina. It is an honor to be here celebrating Encinitas' great success in becoming a certified Blue City. I'd like to point out a few of the major accomplishments that helped Encinitas earn the second highest score out of all of the cities certified to date and earn Blue City recognition. Some of these accomplishments include restoring a historic dune system through the Cardiff State Beach Living Shoreline Project to provide many engineering, environmental, and community benefits, passing a citywide ban on smoking and vaping in public areas to reduce the amount of cigarette butts and vaping cartridges reaching our oceans and waterways, supporting the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan internship program, which educates, trains, and empowers elementary, middle, and high school student interns to develop sustainable solutions to reducing stormwater pollution, as well as establishing a 50-year partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the federal government to protect 1.5 miles of shoreline through a sand replenishment project. Through their certification status, Encinitas serves as a model to other cities, helping them to advance their environmental initiatives through our program. Lastly, we would like to recognize Paul Meckler, Paul Meckler, who served as lead throughout the certification process, as well as Eric Steenblock, Todd Moreau, and Crystal Nahara for their contributions towards Encinitas Blue City certification. On behalf of myself, Evelina, and the team at Project O, congratulations again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I really appreciate the recognition. The city has always taken very seriously its need to protect the environment. Over the last decade, we have really done a lot with our climate action plan and other policies that we've established. Obviously, our city staff is an important part of carrying those policies out, which includes developing ordinances and doing some very important work. So this opportunity to be recognized for those efforts is really appreciated. Thank you.
Everyone get together, please. Wonderful. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We'll take one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. That takes us to item number 5, which is oral communications. So turn it over to the city clerk.
We currently have 4 speakers, and just a reminder, oral communications are anything that's not on the agenda, and I'll call you 3 at a time. First 3 is Yusuf Miller, Natalie Satoon, followed by Nancy Logan. Don't see Yusuf, so Natalie Satoon.
I have some slides overhead. To the overhead. Which one is it? In any order is fine. Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I'm here to talk about my email on 10/27 to Mayor Kranz concerning anti-Semitism in our community, which went unacknowledged. To date, he has not responded. I would like to note sheer disappointment concerning Mayor Kranz regarding his choice and appointment just last month of 3 controversial Encinitas for Equality board members to the Encinitas Public Health and Safety Commission, all of whom relentlessly call to action for every social justice platform. How interesting their utter silence in condemning the terroristic acts invoked by Hamas in both Israel and against U.S. Jews. These 3 commissioners failed to publicly stand in solidarity with our Jewish community. These 3 were your choice, Mayor Kranz. Let's call this. As you straddled a political fence and failed to take a stand in the face of terrorism, brutality, and humanity, the words of Dante Alighieri come to mind. The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a period of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality. Your appointment of these commissioners will long be remembered as your oppositional betrayal of Encinitas Jewish constituents. On another subject, crime and public safety in Encinitas. These recent calls for service in Encinitas at or around 100 El Camino. What's going on in our little town? 10-5 robbery, 10-5 robbery, 10-6 assault, 10-9 burglary, 10-9 robbery, 10-25 stalking, 1025 stalking, 1027 burglary, 1031 hate crime, 11-2 robbery, 1016 rape, 11-6 rape. Who are these criminals? Are they local residents with Encinitas addresses all at this one 100-block location? Where are they from? Were they captured and arrested? Was it the same person, all of these crimes? Were any of them associated with the 100 block with either the CRC Distribution Center, JFS, homeless lot, other charity, or St. Andrews? Do we need a full-time deputy posted here at 100 North El Camino? I demand answers. This city's soft on crime and enforcement policies must stop. Accountability matters. Our captain should be addressing the multiple violent crimes at this one address so close to Oakcrest School. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Nancy Logan, San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. It's been a while. Nice to see all of you. I coordinate a program for the San Diego Union High School District called Start Smart, and it is a safe driving class required in order to park in the parking lots at the high schools. And the students and the parents have to attend this. And so far this year, we've provided classes for 1,713 students and parents in our community. And there's more classes each month until the end of the year. So promoting safe driving is very, very important to me. Years ago, my husband and I were hit by a driver that was impaired by alcohol and marijuana. And unfortunately, my young 30-year-old husband was killed instantly. And so all these years later, I realized the impact of impaired driving. And I know that one bad decision causes a lifetime of consequences. So driving under the influence of marijuana has increased over the years, and our Start Smart program emphasizes the importance of not driving while impaired. And we're pleased that the county's district attorney's office has received an $810,000 grant from OTS to support DUI-related prosecutions and investigations. And according to the DA's office, more than half of the people getting arrested now in San Diego County for DUIs have both drugs and alcohol in their system, and marijuana being the main drug. So I respectfully suggest that the marijuana businesses in Encinitas and advertising normalizes marijuana use, which create enormous challenges to our drivers on the road. And I know the marijuana businesses were voted on, but always remember what I say. Almost half of the voters here did not want those businesses. It only won by 700 votes. So what I ask you is, let's all be diligent and make it a priority to combat the issues that might come about with these businesses. If we can all do that together, we'll be on it. Okay? Thank you.
Next speaker, Michael von Neumann.
Frog. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. My name is Michael von Neumann. I live in East Encinitas. I'm a bicycle rider, I'm a motorist, I'm a pedestrian also. I am concerned with the upcoming repaving and striping plans for South El Camino Real between El Camino Court and the intersection with Manchester Avenue and Manchester Avenue to Via Poco. I understand the plans are to begin this project later this month. The striping plans are of particular concern in light of the declaration of a local state of emergency for bicycle, e-bicycle, and motorized mobility device safety earlier this year. In discussions about how to improve safety, the matter of vehicle speeds has often been cited as a mitigating factor for serious injuries and fatalities. Narrower travel lanes are often cited as creating conditions for slower vehicle speeds. In the past, it has been the policy, or I understood it was the policy of the city, to narrow travel lanes to 10 or 10.5 feet when being slurry sealed or overlaid. Encinitas has done this on many streets, including much of North El Camino Real. The El Camino Real and Manchester striping plans call for 11-foot travel lanes for much of the repaved street. Having 11-foot travel lanes reduces the opportunities to slow vehicle speeds. This also reduces the opportunity to widen bike lanes and/or add buffers to the bike lanes. The current posted speed limit on El Camino Real, north of Manchester intersection, is 55 miles an hour. For sections both north and south of the intersection, the plans call for a 5 or 6 foot bike lane next to an 11-foot travel lane, and the bike lane is not buffered at all. Unbuffered 5 or 6 foot wide bike lanes next to 55 mile an hour travel lanes is a cause for concern. Reducing the travel lane to 10 feet allows for a 2-foot buffer. While not ideal, it is a way to signify to motorists that bikes belong on the road. I would be remiss not to compliment the plans for wider bike lanes with buffers on Manchester, mostly between Via Poco and right around the Greek church. However, reducing the 11-foot travel lanes even on that section would allow for even wider buffered bike lanes. Please ask staff to revise the plans to eliminate the 11-foot wide travel lanes. The rest of El Camino Real between El Camino Court and Santa Fe will someday need to be repaved or overlaid. Hopefully, without 11-foot travel lanes, with narrower travel lane speeds can be reduced, making the street safer for current and future users. Thank you very much.
That does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you. And we did not have a closed session, so there is no report. And are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and no consent calendar items have been removed by the public.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion on the consent.
Move approval of consent items?
I'll second that.
Go ahead and vote.
Hasn't shown up yet.
That's weird. Let's try that again. All right. We'll go to a voice vote then. Councilmember Blackwell?
Approve.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes?
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10A.
Okay, thank you. 10A is a public hearing to consider the approval of the vehicle miles traveled analysis guidelines. And as a public hearing, I am going to go through the process for conducting this public hearing. We will first get a staff report from city staff members. After the report, there'll be some, I will ask council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. There will be preliminary questions to staff. Then we will open the public hearing and hear from the public, and then close the public hearing, followed by council discussion and action. Looks like Evan's going to lead this presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Evan Jednak, Senior Mobility Planner, here to present the SB 743 Vehicle Miles Traveled, or VMT, Analysis Guidelines. We also have the project consultant, Katie Cole from Parent Fair and Peers, here tonight. I'll start with some background. So VMT guidelines are required to comply with revised CEQA law, specifically SB 743 that was passed in 2013. Previously, CEQA review of a project's transportation impact was based on level of service, or LOS, which measures traffic congestion. Per the revised CEQA law, LOS shall no longer be used as the measure to determine the transportation impact of a project. Instead, CEQA guidelines state that VMT is the most appropriate measure of transportation impacts. So it's important to note that VMT only replaces LOS for CEQA purposes. LOS is still a component of the city's general plan and will continue to be analyzed for general plan consistency. New guidelines and thresholds related to LOS are currently being developed as part of the mobility element update. So the VMT guidelines establishes thresholds, methodologies, and potential mitigation strategies. So screening procedures allow the city to quickly determine whether projects can be presumed to have a less than significant VMT impact, meaning that they would not need to conduct a full VMT analysis. The State Office of Planning and Research, or OPR, suggests certain projects can be presumed to have a less than significant transportation impact, shown here. If one of these screening criteria is met, then the project is presumed to have a less than significant analysis. So first, small projects are considered any that generate less than 200 average daily trips, or ADT. Projects located within a half-mile radius of a major transit stop, which in our case is only the Encinitas Coaster Station. Projects in a VMT-efficient area, which is an area with the VMT below the significance thresholds that'll be discussed in a later slide. Locally serving retail projects less than 50,000 square feet. Locally serving public facilities, which includes public schools, libraries, government offices, or public parks. Redevelopment projects when the proposed total VMT is less than existing total VMT, and projects with 100% affordable housing. So for development projects that meet one of these criteria, the applicant would just need to provide a technical memorandum of the screening process. So on the last slide, I discussed a small project screening threshold of 200 ADT. The table shown here is from Sandag and provides trip generation rates by land use. The portion shown here is for residential uses only. So for reference, a single-family detached residential project typical to Encinitas generates 10 ADT per dwelling unit. So the 200 ADT small project screening threshold would mean a 20-unit or greater single-family detached subdivision requires a full VMT analysis unless they meet one of the other screening criteria. As can be seen, the rate decreases for multifamily housing like condominiums or apartments. So projects that do not meet a screening criterion must provide an evaluation of the VMT produced by the project. This evaluation must analyze whether the project has a significant environmental impact based on the thresholds shown here, described by land use types. So for residential, if a residential project cannot achieve 15% below the citywide VMT average, it is considered to have a significant impact. Employment projects, which includes offices, commercial, hotel, industrial. So if the VMT impact is greater than the existing regional average, it'd be considered to have a significant impact. For regional retail, regional recreational, regional public facilities, if a project results in a net increase in total regional VMT, it's considered to have a significant impact. And for mixed use, each project component is evaluated based on the land use type. So I'll touch on mitigation measures in a later slide, but if a project has a significant VMT impact that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level, an environmental impact report is required under CEQA. And the screening and significance thresholds presented here tonight follow the Planning Commission recommendations from our June hearing with them. To determine the VMT per capita or VMT per employee for a development project, applicants must identify the location of the project on the city's VMT maps. The project's VMT is the same as the VMT of the traffic analysis zone, or TAZ, in which the project is located. So the city maps were created using the Sandag model, but customized with recent land use and traffic modeling data and inputs. The Sandag model will be updated over time, therefore the significance threshold numbers will change over time. So shown here is a screenshot of the city VMT map showing VMT per capita for residential VMT by TAZ unit. So the 3 TAZ units shown here in green are less than 15% of the citywide VMT average and are thus considered VMT efficient areas. They would be screened out. This is a flow chart from the guidelines to help navigate applicants through the process. So the first step is to check if the project meets one of the screening criteria discussed earlier, and which are also shown here at the top right. Projects that are screened out can provide a technical memo of how it meets the criterion, and that concludes the process. For those that aren't screened out, they move down to the next tier shown here, which is to identify the total project VMT using the city maps. For those projects with a significant VMT impact, mitigation measures can be applied. And as mentioned earlier, if a significant impact cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level, an EIR is required. To mitigate VMT impacts, the applicant must reduce project VMT, which can be done by either reducing the number of car trips generated by the project or by reducing the distance that people drive. So there are two strategies to achieve this. First is to modify the project's built environment characteristics to reduce VMT generated by the project. This could be done, for example, by increasing commercial or retail space. Second is to implement transit demand management, or TDM measures, to reduce VMT generated by the project. TDM measures are strategies that reduce single car occupancy trips or reduce travel distances. So the guidelines include links to resources for TDM measures, such as the CAPCOA GHG Mitigation Measures Report. Some examples of TDM measures from that report include employer van pools, telecommuting, or transit pass programs. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff's recommendation is for the council to adopt the resolution approving the VMT analysis guidelines implementing SB 743. Staff is available for questions along with the project consultant, Katie Cole.
So I'm guessing that particular slide is from the Planning Commission.
Oh, yes.
And our resolution number is different than that.
That is the correct resolution number, but that is correct. It should say City Council.
Okay. Very good. So asking council members to disclose any other information they've received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to disclose.
Let's see, I watched the Planning Commission meeting in its entirety, and I thought there was some additional information that was submitted from the public, comments from the Sierra Club, and also comments from Coastal Law Group. I thought they were very good comments, questioning, and also a very interesting discussion. I'll talk more about that as we get into deliberation to share information. I also talked to Harold Standerfer from the Sierra Club. He actually presented at the Planning Commission meeting, and subsequent to my talking to him, he forwarded to our email address, council at the letter that was presented to Planning Commission.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose. So preliminary questions, I see no requests to ask any preliminary questions, so we will open the public hearing, and I will call on the clerk to,
We have no speakers on this item.
okay. I will close the public hearing, and we will begin our deliberations with Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Evan, for that overview. I know we had a briefing on this, so I appreciate that information that we all received individually. What I didn't think of at the time is when a development, when someone comes in with a project for development and they're going through the process of considering the VMT, if they can't reduce the impacts to the acceptable level, you're saying that then that triggers them needing to do an EIR.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that the only thing that it triggers them to need to do, is an EIR, which would then further analyze in more detail the environmental impacts across the property? Could you drill down on that a little bit more?
Sure, I can address that. Katie Cole with Fair and Peers. So if a project cannot mitigate their impact, they would have to do an EIR to disclose a significant and unavoidable impact. As part of that, they have to provide mitigation to the extent feasible. So they would have to go through an evaluation and outline all of the mitigation that they can provide, which could include, as Evan mentioned, TDM measures or other changes to their project to help reduce their VMT. financial considerations are part of mitigation to the extent feasible, so they can't be required to do everything on the planet possible, but they do have to show a good faith effort in attempting to mitigate their impact. If they still can't do it, that's when they would have a significant and unavoidable impact. Then they would come forward with that finding in their EIR.
Is that when it could be proposed that it's a overriding?
An overriding consideration. So typically what would happen is they would come to hearing and be seeking certification of their EIR, and if they have a significant and unavoidable impact, it would require the council to make a finding that is basically finding a statement of overriding considerations to certify the EIR. So you're accepting the significant and unmitigable impact.
Just one more question along this line. Have other jurisdictions, if they're in that situation, requested additional public benefit mitigation strategies that could benefit the community in a way that kind of mitigates, I don't know if I want to use that term again, but go ahead.
So different jurisdictions have different approaches to how they deal with projects that have a significant and unavoidable impact. Public benefit is one of the primary findings that you have to make to certify an EIR that has a significant and unavoidable impact. And so certainly there are additional, typically they get inserted as conditions of approval that are public benefit based. And so they're not truly mitigation because they haven't been analyzed in that way. But certainly the city council could request additional measures that would be features of a project or other things to help reduce the project's impact.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Councilmember Hensing.
Thank you. So I think between our staff and council, when we're reviewing projects that are new development, we do a pretty good job of improving the project, its connectivity for our pedestrian network and making sure there are sidewalks that connect elsewhere and if we can get any bike improvements, but they're typically confined to the area surrounding the project or the frontage of that project. And I understand that the Planning Commission has made a recommendation that we include other projects around the city that could be sort of a menu of options with certain values that we could then have developers bank in exchange for their impacts that they have. Can you talk to us a little bit about what that would look like? I know we'd have to give direction in the future to budget that endeavor, but I think that's a really great direction for us to go.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. So many other agencies are thinking of ways to provide options for reducing VMT and providing mitigation options for projects that do have impacts. And an example of that is a concept called an exchange program, where you identify a list of bicycle and pedestrian related projects that you would like constructed. And those projects are analyzed to determine how much expected VMT they would reduce and kind of what their general cost would be. And a project applicant, a development project that has an impact would then go to that menu of projects and pick projects that would help reduce their individual impact. And those projects are typically projects that are not adjacent to their project. They could be a gap or something that is near a school or something like that that is outside of where their project is located but has a benefit for VMT on kind of the existing community. And so they get the credit for, if they install that improvement, they kind of get the VMT reduction benefit that would be achieved through that installation. And the city of Escondido did implement this type of a program. They're one of the first in the state to do this specific type of program, and it seems to be working pretty well for them. So you do have a city within this region that is doing something similar to see some lessons learned from it, but is an option. Great, thank you. And I think that in Encinitas, in addition to the bike
projects, we could also include other incentives that relate to shuttle transportation or even helping us pay fees for studies that might get us closer to having a shuttle, but just thinking creatively in the ways that are particular and unique to our own city. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
So I'll build on that and talk about the exchange program. I know in the case of residential, the target is 15% below the area average or the vehicle miles traveled. And in order to meet that, because the presumption is in this model that any new building in that area will be built at typically vehicle miles traveled be the same for the new building as it is for the old. And so how do we achieve that negative 15% improvement? And we want to achieve that improvement. And so we talked about TDMs, and I can't even remember what the acronym was, but there's in the report, it says basically we can't realistically add up all these different TDMs and get any more than 5%. So that gets us down to negative 5%, but we got another 10% to make up. And I don't see any way to do that without an exchange program. So I would support going forward with an exchange program. Quite frankly, I think it's the only way we're going to be able to, or it's probably the best way we're going to be able to have projects that can pay for and achieve the VMT level. So thank you for bringing that up. And now I want to talk about the thresholds, both the small project screening threshold, along with the residential VMT threshold of 15% below the city average. And then in the case of commercial, the Planning Commission direction was just meet the average for current commercial. It was interesting watching the city council meeting. First of all, I'll cover the Sierra Club. They basically sent a letter that says they're for the OPR recommendation of 15% below the residential VMT and also 15% below the commercial VMT. And I think I support that as the goal here is to reduce greenhouse gases. Over half, 53% of our greenhouse gases are generated by vehicle miles traveled. That's the biggest thing we can hit, the biggest thing we can adjust, and we need to be aspirational and drive that down. But of course, that's kind of a difficult thing to do. I think Steve Dalton said it best. He talking about the kind of the conundrum. He said we should be aspirational, but we need to be realistic. And so we can't be putting barriers to new housing under the guise that we are being environmentally friendly. And I also agree with that statement. But that's why I think the exchange is absolutely mandatory, because that is the only mechanism I see, other than the 5% we might get from TDMs, to get down to the 15% below. When I watched the entire tape, and as they went through their debate, they were actually all over the map. There were some people for 110 ADT as the threshold. There were some people for 15%, 1 or 2 for 0% below. And then when they voted, it was a 3-2 vote, right? So only 3 of the commissioners made this recommendation to us. The other 2 opposed it because it wasn't aggressive enough. And so I have 2 areas that I'm still struggling with, and as we discuss this, I actually think the commercial should be 15% lower, and then we have a mechanism such as exchange to get there, and maybe we put that timing in so that they're commensurate. And I also think 200 is high, and that the Office of Planning Research from the state had recommended 110, and that was staff's original recommendation going into the Planning Commission. And then in the Planning Commission, there was some debate, and in the end, the motion made by Chair Doyle was 200, and I think they got 3 out of 2. So I think that's still a gray area that we could adjust. And in fact, I think Chair Doyle made a comment to that. Well, this is just a recommendation to the council, and as I know well from being on the Planning Commission, I've had my recommendations overturned from past lives. So I am probably right now 15 below in residential as it is, as staff recommends, 15 below or some other number below commercial so we can be aspirational. I would like to tie that to Actually, both of those. I'd like to tie it to the exchange program somehow so that we have a mechanism. And then I believe the 110 that is recommended by the State Office of Planning Research is probably the better number. To put it in real terms, I always go back and look. 110 ADTs is a project of 11 houses or more, single family, 14 condos or more, or 18 apartments. If we bump it up to 200, which is the current staff recommendation, that's 20 houses, which is getting to be a pretty good size subdivision, 25 condos, and roughly 33 apartments, depending on what type. So I think the other comment made was most entities or jurisdictions have gone with 110. And in fact, if you look at the other cities, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but the cities that are our size typically are the 110. The San Diegos, the Chula Vistas are the 200, 300, or 500. They're much bigger. So that's where I am right now.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I did not get a chance to watch the Planning Commission debate on this, but I'd like to understand, since I think you were there, how do they arrive at 200 versus 110 average daily trips? That's my first question.
So when we were talking about all of these different items that are part of these guidelines, so the screening criteria and the thresholds, there was I think a bit of a push and pull between wanting to be really aspirational, but also wanting to be very realistic. And so the Planning Commission's conclusion was that, if we're going to get so in the original guidelines, the residential threshold was just at or below average, and so they wanted to modify that, and I think in modifying that, they were also looking for a way to maybe give a little, to make it a little bit more, kind of some balance, and so that's where the change from 110 ADT for the small project went up to 200 ADT. So there was a bit of a discussion about, okay, well, if we kind of pull this lever down here, maybe we need to balance this lever out here. And the 200 ADT really comes from the local SANDAG not so brief guide trip generation rates, which is a guidelines document that came out in the early 2000s that kind of provides information on how many trips different types of land uses create. The OPR technical advisory, which is the state document, it also uses trip generation rates, but it uses the ITE trip generation rate, so the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is a national level publication. It does get updated very frequently. But because we had some local data, they felt comfortable with kind of substituting in that local information and coming up with the 200 using the same method that OPR used to get to the 110. But it was really, there was a really lively discussion and kind of a push and pull on kind of, okay, we have some levers that we can play with here, and how do we kind of balance those in the best way to achieve the goals of the city?
That's helpful, thank you. I too am really supportive of the idea of a VMT exchange, but what I learned in our briefing is it's just really, we don't have a lot of examples out there, right, of other cities doing it. Maybe you could give some perspective. I think Escondido's doing that. Maybe some perspective on their program, and then also, what would it take for us to get to having a VMT exchange in place?
Yeah, so Escondido is honestly the only city in the state of California that's doing the program right now. There's interest, and these VMT in CEQA was required as of July 1st of 2020. So it's still relatively new, and there's still a lot of kind of growing and learning about how to implement it and the outcomes and what kind of mitigation measures we do have in our toolbox. And so around the state, there's a lot of studying happening for different types of programs like exchange programs and banks and different ways of mitigating impacts. But Escondido wanted something that was really simple and kind of faster to implement. So they did implement it in a pretty short timeline. I think it was a less than a year type of a process. What it would take to do it is really just direction on putting the program together, and then you would need to come up with the list of projects that would be part of the program. From that, you would determine how much VMT each of those projects would help mitigate, and the process of adoption, typically you would do a kind of a CEQA document on the program itself to clear all of those bicycle and pedestrian related projects so that they don't have to go through individual environmental documents kind of like as they're being implemented. So it helps streamline the process a little bit. But that's really it. The program would come for adoption and you would adopt it kind of like you're doing with these guidelines, and then it would be a tool in the toolbox for an app developer to utilize.
And if we had that in place, we could move more towards, from realistic to aspirational, perhaps, right? That's
You
a
would
good
get,
opportunity.
yeah, so I mean, honestly, the amount of VMT that gets reduced by filling in sidewalk gaps and bicycle gaps is pretty small, but it's moving the needle in the right direction. So even in Escondido, what they're seeing is that projects that just barely have an impact and just need a little bit more to kind of get them to less than significant are utilizing the exchange program really successfully. Bigger projects that have an impact, maybe they're more like 15% away from achieving the threshold, they will get closer with the exchange program, but they still may end up with a significant and unavoidable impact. However, by having an exchange program, when you get to the conversation about mitigation to the extent feasible, that's another tool that you can point to say, hey, if you're going to provide mitigation to the extent feasible, you ought to be including items off of our program. So and then it does make that finding of public benefit. It allows you to kind of see what the public benefit is if they're closing a significant gap in the sidewalk network or a gap in the bike network or whatever it might be.
Good, and okay, so I think I'm inferring the Planning Commission wanted us to start in place, but they also directed or suggested, I should say, that we do pursue the VMT exchange program. And I think that's probably a reasonable starting point if we can do both.
Yes, so I think it's unanimous that we all want that exchange program. And this has been operational since 2021?
The City of Escondido's program?
No, the use of VMT in the planning department.
VMT has been required since July 1st of 2020.
2020. And so our experience with that in planning has been, we used what criterion at that point prior to having these guidelines?
So to date, you have been using just the OPR technical advisory, which was the state's kind of advisory guidelines on how to implement SB 743, which provided some pretty good detail around the thresholds for residential and employment and retail projects and the screening criteria. So much of what you see that's in your current guidelines is replicating what the state's suggestions were.
And I was asking specifically for that 115 threshold versus 200. Have we been operating under the 115?
So you have historically been using 500 ADT. You have used 500 average daily trips because prior to VMT being required for CEQA analysis for a transportation impact study using level of service under the old way of doing things, that was the small project. So if a project generated 500 ADT or less, it was not required to do kind of the full traffic analysis, level of service analysis for CEQA purposes. And so it was just the historical, what you were using historically from the old way of doing things.
Okay, and in reading the guidelines, one of the things that caught my eye was this, there are several references to an applicant needing to coordinate any kind of deviation from this guidelines. They come with a different approach to calculating this, needs to be cleared through staff. What is the process for staff to decide that they're going to allow a deviation from these guidelines?
I can speak to that, Mayor Crayons. Basically what would happen, and something would happen, there'd be a project that might not be within the sand egg model that's intended to be used. And so they would need to coordinate with staff to choose an appropriate model that's more related to their type of use and perhaps identifies that type of use. But again, the sand egg model is reasonably broad, but it doesn't address everything.
And so walk me through the process. They put something in writing that says, hey, this doesn't work for us because of this reason, that reason, and the other reason. We propose to use this. And then it'll be a written finding by staff, or how is that done?
I think that would start a dialogue with the applicant, in which the staff and the applicant could work together with guidance from folks like Katie, who are experts in this field, to come up with a metric and a model that's appropriate to use compared to that type of use.
And then at some point, it's documented as this is going to be the exception, then here's how it's going to work.
Correct, and that's something that would come out and be iterated through the staff report and the resolution and such.
Okay. The other issue that I noted is that in the guidelines manual, there's a reference to affordable housing projects, and in one location in the main body, it refers to an affordable housing project being 100% affordable. An affordable housing project may be presumed to have a less than significant impact, absent substantial evidence to the contrary, if 100% of units are affordable. And then in the appendix, it doesn't make that reference to 100% affordable, and I would like to make sure that when we issue this book that we have indicated in the appendix that it's 100% affordable, because I don't want people to be confused by these projects, which are 30 dwelling units per acre type, that is per HCD affordable, but has a percentage, a significantly, a majority of the units are market rate. So don't want to have them ending up thinking they're going to get that. So I'm also comfortable with the recommendations that we have from the Planning Commission. I guess one question is, this is a living document, right? So if we're finding that what we're establishing through these guidelines needs adjusting, it will come back.
Yeah, that's correct. If as we learn over time, and models change and things like that, we would be coming back to ensure that we're most up to date and using the best models and have the best guidelines.
And whether it's working or not will show up in Planning Commission hearings and other things, right? Yes. Councilmember Ehlers.
So I want to go back to one of the discussions at both the Planning Commission, I think during the briefing too, is that how do we mitigate? How do we get that 15%? And I think at one time, I think on the Planning Commission, there was a mention of making the project smaller, but I don't think that mitigates it, because the VMT is a per capita or per employee. So in the case of residential, as an example, you can't make the project smaller and get it under the wire. In fact, I think during my briefing, it was your comment, Katie's comment was the opposite, that smaller projects tend to generate more VMT per capita, and therefore bigger are probably better. So could you clarify that the VMT cannot be mitigated by making smaller projects? And number two, can you talk about, are there other mechanisms beyond an exchange program that where 15%, not 5% like a TDM, but 15% could be achieved?
Sure. So to your first question, the metric for residential projects is VMT per person. So making a project smaller does not change what we would expect for the VMT per person, which means that a project that is 100 units or a project that's 200 units would have the same VMT per person in general. Density does matter, so projects that are higher density, so bigger but higher density projects tend to have lower VMT per person. That's typically because they're located in infill locations and they have access to other services and things like that. So, but your statement is correct. You cannot mitigate a residential project by providing less units. That is not a mitigation measure. To the question on what are other tools for reducing VMT that might go beyond just the small amount that you get from TDM measures, there's really it's very limited. So reducing how much VMT is, all it is how much we drive. Think of it as your odometer. So reducing VMT requires you to change how far you're driving. So you have to either be living closer to the services that you need or your job, or you have to change the way that you're getting from point A to point B. So you have to be either walking or biking or taking transit instead of your own car. And it's really hard for us to change our behavior. And so there's not a lot of options that are in our toolbox that help us do that effectively. A few that do a good job for certain types of VMT are things like telecommuting. If we're not driving to our job, that's a good VMT reduction for our work trip. I mentioned density, so if you're putting projects in the right place, location really matters for VMT. If you're putting something next to services that already exist, that can really benefit VMT, but there's not a easy solution to this, I guess is my point.
Okay, and the TDM measures we have up in there, that's where the staff report said, if you checked off every box, we should practically not expect more than a 5% reduction because of the diminishing returns of these kind of measures.
Yeah, so many of these are, so this is a collection of all of the TDM measures. Some of them are things that can be done at a site-specific level, but many of them are things that are bigger picture things that you would do through your general plan, for example. So, neighborhood design and things like that are much broader in scope than an individual project. But, and the way that you calculate effectiveness for an individual project is that you can only apply the measures that are appropriate at an individual project level, and that really reduces this list. And what we see in practice is that you get 5% is a pretty typical result. You might get up to 7%. Over 10% would be a bit unusual. But if you're doing something at a broader scale, like if you're looking at it from a citywide perspective and you're doing a big program to implement big citywide mobility option, you could get something that is higher than 10%. So some of those neighborhood design items are places where you would expect to see bigger results, but those are not things that can be implemented at just an individual project level.
Okay. So, of course, this is a state law change for CEQA environmental review, and it basically replaced the LOS system, the traffic intersections being A, B, C, D, F. But I think an important thing noted in the staff report is that the LOS does not go away completely. It's just no longer part of the EIR process. And so I guess question to staff, are there things we should beef up or change, improve to make our LOS criteria for general plan consistency more objective, to be more easily enforced or more easily followed up on as opposed to the way it is today? Would you recommend any changes to LOS laws or ordinances?
I can say that as part of the mobility element update, there will be LOS guidelines, just like these are VMT guidelines. There will be new LOS guidelines with their own set of thresholds. So we're working on those in conjunction with the mobility element update, and those will come before the council for review. in the future.
Do you have a time frame for that? I mean, what year? We'll start there.
Next year.
Next
I
year,
think we're
okay.
targeting next summer.
Okay, so, yeah, and I see we're between a little bit of a rock and a hard place here, trying to figure out how to put this in place. I don't know if people are ready for a motion or not. I would move, we approve for, and noting that we can change it, but the motion would be, we approve the staff recommendation. I'd like to go down to 110, so I'm going to make that the motion. I'll entertain modification if somebody wants to, but I'd like to say residential at minus 15%, commercial at average today. Hopefully in the future we can have better mitigations, and then 110 for the threshold.
And I'll second.
And Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Actually, I was going to make that motion.
Oh,
But I just wanted to emphasize that we are really concerned with and emphasize mobility in our community. And we also are very concerned, and we take action to protect our climate. And so the 110 ADT for the definition of the small project screening, I think suits who we are here in Encinitas. Otherwise, per with the motion that was made, I'm very supportive of this.
We'll do a voice vote. Still not working. Councilmember Blackwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Yes.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
And Mayor Kranz.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10B.
And you'll make that adjustment on the wording on affordable housing, please?
Yes. Yes, we'll
And
do that.
if we could add it to the motion, I mean, is it too late? You don't
Yeah,
care?
that's too
Okay.
late, and it's okay. They got their direction.
I meant to include it, but I forgot.
Yep. Okay. Item 10B. And that is a direction on specific development scenarios and declaration of city-owned site at 634 Quail Gardens Drive. Clerk, how many speakers do we have for this item?
Approximately 13.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Patty Anders, and I am the Policy and Planning Manager, and I will be presenting the surplus land act for the property at 634 Quail Gardens Drive. Oops. Oh. Got some interesting stuff going on. Okay, this discussion started, it began back in February of 2023 when the council established their strategic plan, and one of the goals was to pursue 100% affordable housing. And on March 22nd of this year, staff held a special council meeting on no net loss. And at that meeting, council directed staff to assess a 100% affordable project at the city-owned site at 634 Quail Gardens Drive, also known as L7, with the following development scenarios. The first was for an affordable housing project with about, approximately 30 to 45 units with an SB9 proposal that would not trigger Proposition A. And then the second proposal was for a senior housing development of approximately 30 units that would require upzoning and therefore trigger Proposition A. At the June 28th council meeting this year, council did approve the contract for Cosmot Companies for real estate advisory services to begin the Surplus Land Act, or SLA, process on the L7 site. However, before proceeding with this direction, there would be opportunity for the council and the community to be involved in moving forward with any development of the site. Oops. I don't know why it's... So staff did coordinate with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, and determined that the site could not be exempt due to it being located in the coastal zone, and confirmed the SLA process. HCD confirmed that the City Council at a public meeting must adopt a resolution declaring the land as surplus and not necessary for city use, and that a notice of availability for open space purposes only must be sent to local, regional, and state park and recreation agencies as defined by state law. And because we were fortunate enough to be able to go through an easier abbreviated process approved by HCD and as outlined in the June 28th report, we did not come back and do a separate council workshop on the SLA process. So HCD confirmed that they had to review and approve the NOA prior to release, and HCD did approve the NOA on October 8th of this year. They also confirmed that the recreation and park agencies have 60 days to notify the city of their interest in leasing and/or purchasing the property. And if proposals are received, the city must enter into good faith negotiations for not less than 90 days. And if no proposals are received or good faith negotiations are not successful, the SLA process would be complete. The city could then move forward to use the property per council direction. And I do want to clarify that initiating and completing the SLA process does by no means commit the city to any specific development of the site. The city would simply be following HCD's direction and complying with the SLA process to deem the property as surplus. Okay, so should the council choose to adopt Resolution 2023-128, declaring the site as surplus and not necessary for city use, the next steps would be to approve release of the NOA for open space purposes only and follow the SLA process as described above. Council would provide specific development scenarios and direct staff to obtain an appraisal to establish fair market value. And if no proposal is received or good faith negotiations are not successful, the city could then complete the SLA process. Council could direct staff to conduct public workshops and outreach to ensure community involvement throughout the process. And after all public outreach and public input is completed, staff would return to council for direction and criteria for development of the site and issue an RFP. So staff recommends that you provide direction on specific development scenarios for the property located at 634 Quail Gardens Drive. And should the council choose to declare the land surplus, adopt City Council Resolution 2023-128 to declare the property as surplus and not necessary for the city's use, and approve the notice of availability. And this does complete staff's presentation.
Thank you. I want to go back to a comment you made in the presentation that talked a little bit about the process that we approved back in June for this. And it is based upon the proposal that we approved that night from Cosmont Companies. And it talked about task one, a kickoff meeting to initiate the assignment. Cosmont will meet, confirm with the client and desired future use for the property, available specific information, e.g. site conditions, zoning information, and anticipated timing. Has that meeting been held?
No, we have been fortunate enough, we engaged with city's legal counsel who has direct relationships with HCD, and she was able to very quickly confirm.
Predisposition property due diligence. Has the due diligence been done about these potential projects?
No, we would need the council's direction on what specific project.
Well, we gave direction for Cosmont to study as part of their contract. It says 100% affordable housing project with approximately 30 to 45 units, or a senior housing development of 60 units with an upzoning option that would trigger Measure A, Prop A. And so I'm just looking to find out why we didn't follow the contract steps.
We learned that we needed to complete the SLA process and have good faith negotiations before we would move forward with.
It says here, there's task 3, workshop, city council study session. Task 4, surplus land act process. Task 5, good faith negotiations. I am confused why we would have approved a contract that in the interim, somebody decided we didn't need to follow the steps that were in the approved council contract.
So to clarify, originally when we were pursuing the understanding the Surplus Lands Act, we thought we would have to go through the complete process, which included advertising the site to all affordable, like over 200 affordable housing units or housing developers. And then HCD confirmed that we get to do this abbreviated process, which we only have to issue the NOA to open space agencies.
Well, does that only apply for a certain period of time? Does that expire, that ability to have an abbreviated SLA process? Is that we had to do this within a certain number of days, or we'd have to go to the more onerous process? No?
No, there's not a time limit for that.
Okay. So the process of due diligence isn't something we necessarily needed to skip. And so that puts us in a bit of a bind. When you talk about good faith, I think this process lacks good faith. So I'm disappointed, and in the meantime, if you have preliminary questions, Councilmember Ehlers.
That's exactly what I have. I just wanted to understand the difference between the full SLA and the, I think you called it focused or abbreviated SLA. As far as, I understand you got direction from HCD, it says we can do the abbreviated because we're in the coastal zone and it's 100%, or is it just because we're in coastal zone?
So, Councilmember Ehlers, the kind of how the property moves forward through the process, if we were to just want to offer it up generally for disposition, which could be either sale or lease, to affordable housing developer, generally, that process would entail kind of what was outlined in the Cosmont contract, where we would need to create have a notice of availability that would go out to some 200 some odd affordable housing developers, and essentially they would have to approach us with a written letter of intent. Anyone that we got a letter of intent from, we would need to enter negotiations with. There is a priority as to what type of housing they provide that would guide us in terms of who we needed to negotiate with first. And that's just a much more cumbersome process, and also exposes us out to many, many affordable housing developers. In terms of the abbreviated process that Patty mentioned, there is a pathway to exempt, call it exempt surplus land, but after we go through a process where we offer up this NOA. And that's if the city, there's a pathway for a city that's going to pursue a project that's at least 40% affordable and uses 80% of that property for housing, then that's under Government Code 37364. Then if we go down that route, then we can just simply do the NOA process to open space agencies only.
Okay.
And then once we go through that process, if we don't get a letter of intent and we don't enter or we don't enter negotiations, then the city is in a position to select, basically to issue an RFP under that section 37364 to affordable housing developers that we select and get to choose. And so this is a pathway that provides much more city control to how this process unfolds, more city control to the project that we can get, because under the other scenario, the affordable housing developer controls the scenario that would be there. And we would be coming back to the council if we move to that step of actually moving with moving forward and getting past the NOA process for the open space purposes. We would be coming back to council to get direction on the precise project and to do the due diligence that's needed to ensure that those projects are what the council is seeking and have the chance for public participation.
So I heard one constraint on the future project is it has to be 40% affordable low or lower income, very low or low income?
It's 40% affordable, and it's very low with at least half of the, at 75% of AMI, which is actually a little below typical low.
Yeah.
And then at least half of those have to be affordable to folks of very low income, so that'd be at 50% AMI.
Okay, so it's a particular, but 40% of the units, and the other 60% are market rate?
That could, yes, they could be market rate under that code section.
And the 80% of the land for housing, that means that what's the other 20% go to?
The other 20% can be used for other purposes, like, I think council has expressed interest over time with potential recreation area or connection through the leach tag property for trails that they would like to produce. And that would provide, we have looked at the property, and the eastern portion of the property comprises a little bit more than 80%. So you could utilize the eastern portion of the property for the housing purpose, and the western portion of the property for a different purpose as part of the project.
And then, would this be done through like a PRD type arrangement, or would it be a lot split, or what kind of thoughts are there?
It could be, there's a number of different ways that it could happen. A lot split would probably be the most straightforward way, and then the anticipation would be that the city would hold on to the property, lease it to the developer, who would then rent out any units that were created.
With the abbreviated SLA, are there any other project level constraints that are imposed going through that process as opposed to the full SLA process?
There are not. It puts the city in a position of controlling the type of project and the developer that they work with, without having to have it be a kind of open season essentially to housing developers, and then be through the priority process in the SLA, be bound to work with essentially the most affordable project that creates the most, essentially most affordable units.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
This is kind of an overarching, let's tee it up question comment, and I'll start with a comment in that, Patty, you had mentioned in the preliminary comments that this was really started in the strategic planning in 2023, and that perhaps that's when it was refocused, but we started looking at 100% affordable housing quite a bit before that, and I think that's a matter of fact that you're aware of. But one of the things I noticed when we were getting comments in, and there was dialogue in the community before this meeting about what we're talking about on our agenda today, I noticed that there was a lot of confusion in the community about what this item is and what it does and what it doesn't do. So we may need to take a little bit extra time today to walk through it more specifically, because it is, like you're explaining, our staff is explaining, it's a little bit different strategy than we initially thought it would be. But these requirements with surplus land with the state, they are somewhat new in how we get to apply them. And this, being that we're in the coastal zone, is a unique situation that we weren't aware of. I mean, we're aware of that, but we weren't aware of how that changed how we could conform, how we could then engage with meeting the state's requirement for surplus land. So what we need to do to still stay focused on our objective to provide 100% affordable housing in this community is we need to be clear on how this process has changed and why it has, and what this means now, and then stay focused on what we said we are trying to achieve, and find the best way forward to achieve that. And I will use my time today, when I have the opportunity later after we hear the public comments, to help us recenter and refocus back on what we said we were going to do, what our objectives are, and navigate this new, what turns out to be not too much of an obligation to get through the state requirement. It's actually a simpler process than it could have been. So this shouldn't, I hope, we will all gather behind the thought that this is not a bad step. It's different than we thought, and there could be some real opportunities here that help us remain in control of this land. Thank you. There was no question there. It was more of a comment.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So, just two questions, and one is just that I want to make it very explicit, because I think our fear last time was that in going through this process, the SLA process, that we as a city would end up losing control because the developer could come with a proposal that was 200 units or even more than that, and we would have to accept it. And my understanding is that now we're exclusively opening this opportunity up to resource agencies. So is there a potential that we put this out and the county says, oh, you know what, this would be a great place for housing. We'd like to submit a proposal, even though it's a different department within the housing that's been asked?
Councilmember Hensy, there would not be that opportunity. The open space notice of availability that's attached to the resolution would only allow for open space development, which would be a park or other recreation area or simply open space.
Okay, great. And then I had one other question, which I know that once we adopted our housing element, there was a state law that said we weren't able to downzone anything that we had upzoned from that date. I'm curious to know if we do have a proposal that comes forward with the intention to create open space protected, do we need to pass a vote of the people under Prop A to downzone?
We would not, Councilmember Hensy, because in this, it's a residential zone. In that particular zone, a park could proceed under a conditional use permit process. So there's a pathway to get there without changing the zoning.
Okay, thank you. And then another question that has come to me from the community is that I understand at a moment in time this parcel of land might have been considered for our public works yard. And some people think, oh, the city owns our current public works yard behind In-N-Out. Wouldn't that be a more appropriate place for density? If the city chose to move our public works yard to this parcel of land, and then we're like, oops, we didn't mean to dispose of it. We actually need this for public works. Would we need to rezone in that case through a vote of the people?
Yeah, that particular property would require rezoning. It would also require to release it and have it go off to that type of project. It would also be disposition under the SLA, and we would have to go through the full process that I outlined previously.
Thank you. So even a trade for this property in a place where people might see a better chance for high density like El Camino Real, that would also require that we go through the SLA process?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Public, please.
I'll call you up three at a time. Scott Peterson, followed by Glenn Johnson and Maria Ardance with a time donation from Aaron Stevenson.
Thank you, council members. Thanks for publicly serving. I appreciate that. And thanks for having me up here. I live on Via Zamia in Quail Gardens and wanted to speak on the L7 site. I work in commercial real estate. I raise capital for commercial real estate and specifically multifamily. So to some extent, an expert in this space and inherently can't be a hypocrite and a NIMBY in this case. Obviously been watching closely what's been going on our street and recognize the projects that are there, appreciate the Fox Point Farms project and what they've done to not maximize density. I also realize, as you look at Sunshine Gardens and the Rain Tree site, appreciate what they're doing from a design standpoint. The Baldwin site definitely concerns me relative to its density. That being said, understand what's going on with the state and our requirement for housing here. As I look at this site and what's going on here today, I'm trying to figure out, why the timing is such for this site. I'm a believer in the 20% affordable at these sites. I believe in requiring, diversification, providing, housing for people that have jobs, make money, but not as much to make $3,000 to $5,000 rents, right? I'm concerned, that being said, about the state's requirements that has created density for these projects and therefore what's going to happen on our street. I'm sure there's been traffic studies. I certainly haven't reviewed those. That being said, I'm certainly sure that 1,000 units and 2,000 people will have an impact. And the reason why I'm here today is because as I'm sitting down in Quail Gardens yesterday going to work at 8:30 and taking about 10 minutes to get to the freeway, crawling, it resonated, with a couple of our neighbors, who asked me to come up here and speak, because what will happen when we add 2,000 people to the street? So bringing back to this site, why now? Why can't we wait until we see how these, projects that are happening, mature and see, certainly have an impact, to my household and me going to work and my kids going to school, et cetera. As it relates to the projects being affordable, as I said, I'm a believer, when people criticize the 20% affordability requirement, I tell them what you have to earn to be 60, 80, 100% of AMI in this town. That being said, I do know these state requirements keep changing to push affordable housing. When you do have a sole affordable housing project, that does change the dynamics of a specific project. I finance these things. They inherently are different. The people are different. And look, let's be honest, we're all in multi-million-dollar homes now around this project, and it will make an impact. So 2 things. One is the specific use concern rather from diversification, and 2 is please postpone this project, or this
Thank you.
designation.
Yeah, I'm Glenn Johnson. This thing is happening kind of quick. It seems like it's being on the freeway. The council's task, I think, is to explore alternatives and then make some decisions, even if people don't like the decisions. Just remember that every decision you make affects at least some members of the community. Otherwise, it's just nothing. In my personal opinion, I think it's a bad idea to put more dwelling units on Quill Gardens Drive, given the stuff that's already proposed, and given the Baldwin project in particular, which is going to really, really mess up the traffic, even on Encinitas Boulevard. So Quail Gardens Drive is severely impacted. I live within easy walking distance with my cane of 3 of the housing element sites. And gosh, I'd hate to even cross Quail Gardens Drive because the traffic, when it's going fast, and when it's not going in the morning or late afternoon, it's sitting still. So I worry about it, and I worry that this project is going to have a significant impact on the VMT of the Quail Gardens Drive parking lot. I'm really in favor of having more housing for people of lower means, and especially for seniors. But I think we're rushing into a decision here too fast. And if you decide to put this project up for a Proposition A vote, I just have to remind you that in the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Okay. Those are my points, but of course you have a responsibility to the community as well, and I think you can find better places for housing that are within convenient walking distance of amenities such as markets, and the better use for the site on Quail Gardens Drive could be that L7 might better be used as a park for some recreation for all of the people that live in the that are going to live in the Baldwin property, and as an auxiliary to the other amenities in the area.
Thank you.
Following Maria will be Scott Campbell, Jim Stiven with a time donation from Kathleen Stiven, and Luis Julig.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the time to speak today. As the council considers rezoning and the use for L7, I would ask you to please take a very mindful approach. I feel like over the past 10 years, there's just been like knee-jerk reaction when it comes to Quill Gardens. You can't? I'm so little. I'll pull it down here. Okay. So anyway, I'm just asking for a mindful approach to L7. It seems like, respectfully, the council hasn't really been taking into consideration the portion of the state mandate where it does say that the housing element has to be equitably distributed throughout the city in our case. So 40%, 50%, 60% of all the new housing being rammed onto a 1.5 mile stretch of Quail Gardens in our city. I mean, that's just not equitable. As we all know, Quail Gardens is a 2-lane country road. It's not El Camino Real. I mean, that's really where the high density should be. It would help with the VMT that we just talked about as well. Quail Gardens, 2-lane country road. The bike lane is already not, wide enough, frankly, for safety. And then we can't just keep throwing more and more cars on there. There's absolutely no street parking on Quail Gardens. And we're already eagerly awaiting for the traffic mitigation that is going to be happening, and hopefully more solutions for the traffic safety that we do have, these challenges. Now, with the recent overdevelopment on Quail Gardens, including our highly controversial monstrosity of Baldwin, I'm asking you again to please take a mindful approach. At the city council meetings a couple months back, I did ask if we've conducted any recent traffic impact studies, and I don't think that's gone down in the past 6 years, since 2017. Okay, and so additionally, and one of your previous speakers just talked about this, even more importantly, aside from whatever traffic mitigation impact studies have been performed already, we do need to wait until Sunshine Gardens, Moonlight, Fox Point, all of the building has been completed, populated, and then actually do the impact studies on those developments and how that is impacting Quail Gardens. Essentially, I'm asking you again to think about the cumulative effect of these projects that are going on in Quail Gardens. I think I mentioned before the last city council meeting that recent court rulings have ruled in favor of the cumulative effect of adjacent properties needing to be taken into consideration. So we really do need to consider that. With that, obviously, Quail Meadows needs to be scrapped with the Baldwin project and redesigned to better reflect the character of Encinitas, but also the infrastructure and the traffic impact. And again, L7 needs a more mindful consideration of how we can approach some type of development. A park. Here's another thought. San Diego, we have a huge military presence. I don't know if this is possible, but why not donate the land to some type of organization like Homes for Our Troops, or a similar organization, and build a community, a small community of specially adapted homes for our injured troops. I don't know, something different. Think outside the box. Thank you. Or like a senior-only neighborhood. Like when I was moving my mom out here 20 years ago, she was like, hey, is there like maybe a 55 and over community? Which kind of makes me laugh now because I'm 50 and I'm like, okay. But anyway, and that's okay. But something like that, like a cute little community with some type of like meditation garden where you can have yoga or Tai Chi, things that are better for the older community, something to impact them. Again, kind of going with like the vibe of Encinitas and really caring about our community. Or another idea. So we talked about the aging population. We need single-family homes, honestly, that are going to support multi-generations, right? So the older population is moving back in now with my generation, right? So for instance, on Crest, maybe 10 years ago, there was a small development and they were coining it as, hey, we've got some granny flats. Well, those granny flats didn't make any sense. I actually went to look at them. Bedrooms are on the second floor. The point of moving granny in is to have them like, in a safe, generally bottom floor. They're not gonna like tumble down the stairs that were on that Crest development. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. So some type of mindful approach to something like that, because we really don't have things like that for our seniors. And it's our changing demographic. We need things like that. So again, if you can just possibly consider different approaches like that, I think that would be really special for our community, both for the Baldwin site and for L7. I mean, just let's think about this. Like, stop just throwing tar on the wall. Like, I was trying to think of something nice to say. Let's not throw tar in the wall. Let's really think about this because, again, the cumulative effect of the traffic needs to be taken in consideration. And who are we as a community? I think I like my suggestions. Hopefully other people do too. But I think these are really great options to maybe like, let's step back, let's breathe, and think about how we can really, truly positively impact the community and take in consideration Quail Gardens is a 2-lane road. It is not meant for high density. It just simply is not. The land is there, sure, but it's not meant for high density. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Jim Stuyven. I'm an Encinitas resident and a member of Faith in Action at St. Andrews. And I come here to support, I think, the recommendation of staff with respect to how you proceed forward. But I must admit to a little bit of confusion, and some of you expressed a little bit of confusion as well regarding the process forward. And I'm here to speak more about the process than the merits. I think, as has been indicated, you all have committed some time ago to building a 100% affordable housing project, and this is a great opportunity to use this property for that purpose on a well-designed property that would meet the requirements and your goals. But with respect to the process, as I understand what was reported by staff just now, the process that's envisioned is to issue this NOA to a variety of parks and recreation departments that are required under the statute to indicate the availability of this property for open space purposes. And then, depending upon the results of that NOA, it was suggested that I think, but I'm not sure I understood, you could declare the property exempt and proceed to issue an RFP to housing developers to see what kind of project, based upon input from staff and from the community, might appropriately be built on this particular piece of property. But what is confusing is by issuing, first of all, I previously have indicated to council my opinion that you could declare this property exempt right now. I think under the fair reading of the statute, the city would have the power to declare this property as exempt surplus land right now and avoid the necessity of issuing this first NOA. But HCD has said, no, you should issue this NOA. But what happens after that is a little bit confusing to me because obviously if no one responds, then fine, you can go forward, you can declare the property exempt, you can issue an RFP, and you can go forward with planning a proper development on this property. But as one of you raised the question, what if somebody does respond to the NOA and say, and I think the question that was asked is that the county might respond and say, we'd like to use this for a park, and staff said, no, you can't do that because the NOA is for open space purposes only. But what if somebody does respond and say, no, we want to use this property for open space purposes? Then what are you supposed to do? Are you going to then engage in good faith negotiations with that entity when you've already committed to building a 100% affordable housing project on this site? I think you don't need to do that. Our organization, Faith in Action, did communicate with the Housing and Community Development, HCD, about this particular issue. And do you have copies of, can you put up first one up on the screen?
Pause the time, William.
Yeah, I had a donation of time gracious donation from my wife.
Yes, she's very, very thoughtful of her. Yes, kind. Okay, it's up there.
Well, you can't, let's read it, but I have the text of it here. We wrote to inquire about this process And particularly, we got a response that said you're supposed to go ahead and issue this NOA, but then the HCD added in the last paragraph of their letter back to my colleague Bob Kent, they said, if you do get a response, and that would be from a parks entity or from one of those people that are in the NOA, the SLA prioritizes open space only if the land is currently used for parks or recreational purposes, or if the land is designated for parks or recreational use in the local general plan and will be developed for that purpose. Otherwise, housing is prioritized. So it would seem to me that if you get a response, you can inform that entity that it is not currently used for parks or open space purposes, and it's not zoned for that purpose, and therefore you can go forward with your housing project. Just to be clear, Bob Kent wrote back and asked for clarification. He asked the question, if the land is not zoned for open space or parks and is currently being used and is not currently being used for open space or parks, I'm sorry, Bob's question, I misread. Bob's question back was if the land is currently zoned for residential R1 as it is right now, and there is no response, and there is a response from one of the entities that received the NOA, then is housing prioritized under the SLA? And the HCD responded on October 27th by stating, if the land is not zoned for open space or parks and is not currently being used for open space or parks, then yes, housing should be prioritized. I believe that is what the city wants to do. So I think you need to put your heads together with staff to determine exactly how to proceed, but it seems to me, I think you could declare the property exempt right now, or you could issue the NOA and then proceed to go directly to an RFP to developers.
Thank
you.
Scott Campbell with your time donation, followed by Luis Julig and Lois Sunridge.
As high as it gets. Okay, I had a PowerPoint show. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell, and I'm here representing the Encinitas Citizen Review Panel. And we've made some discoveries and some stuff here. First off, I want to give a shout out to Coach Lamb, who died about a month ago. He was a Pop Warner coach, an Encinitas local. Oh, no clicker. Okay, so in the documentation that you're being asked to approve tonight, there's the resolution, there's the official text. And I disagree with two of the claims. I don't think they're true. We can declare, thank you very much, we can declare this as future space. We can declare this as 20 years out. We plan to make a park out of this. There's no need to sell this today. The state's not saying this. The city doesn't desire to do this. The council desires to do this. If you really think this is true, put it up for a vote. Do it. What's the rush? Are you scared to put it up for a vote because you're afraid you'll lose? Do it. I mean, there's no rush. We have 1,100 units going on the street. The speakers have already talked about what's going to happen. We need to really understand what is really going to happen before we just pile on. If not, why not just go 8 stories up on the whole street? Just declare it a 20-story street. Okay, now so let's get some reality checks. All these things are, we need housing, we need housing, we need housing. In the last 10 years, the population of Encinitas has only grown by 1.56%. That is not a crisis. And in fact, it's lost population in 2 of the last 3 years. This is right from the city's financial report. The lady in the back could probably back this up. Where's the crisis? What do we need all these houses for if people are leaving the city? It just does not make any sense. Now, on this chart also, it shows the city's percentage of the county population. And notice we have grown from 2.0 to 2.2. People are not leaving Encinitas. They're leaving the county more than Encinitas. And once again, this is negative pressure. We talked about negative VMT numbers. This is negative RHNA numbers. We should be reducing. We should be going to Sandag and say, we want lower numbers because we have less population. And here is proof right here. Now, this is also from a city report. This is from, I don't remember, but I got the quote on there. You can type it in there. The RHA has been super confusing. Sometimes some people would say, oh, we're no net loss. We're ahead. We're below. I'm going to use this as my official number because I'm so confused, and I love numbers. It shows we are so far ahead of the RHA numbers. Why do we even care about 45 out of 858 or 2,000 units? That's such a small percentage. Why do we even care? It's not worth the time. The cost of staff to administer this. How do we even, I know it's been talked about. Let's bring this up again. When somebody qualifies to be a very low income, do we monitor their paycheck every week? What's the process for getting them out of there? If they are successful and they move, and then all of a sudden they can't afford to live in Encinitas again. Are they winning because they got to live here for 1 year and they got a nice job, a pay raise, and then they couldn't live here anymore? I mean, you got to think this stuff through. You really do. As housing crisis, I brought this up a couple of times. What is the definition of crisis? I looked this up today. Similar words for crisis are catastrophe, calamity, cataclysm, emergency, disaster, predicament. I'll give you a predicament. Housing is a predicament. I'll give you that one. But this is not a crisis. People are not dying on the streets. This is not a homeless issue. Those homeless people that we see on the streets, they're there by choice. We have more homeless in North Park. I was there Monday night to a concert. There's more homeless people in downtown than in North Park. It's ridiculous. All these things are emotional things. It's about affordability, quality of life. Many of us moved from other places because of affordability and quality of life. There's no guarantee that our children and our elders will get these low houses. People from Minnesota, people from Ohio, people from out of the country can enter the lottery. There's no guarantees. So, this emotional argument of our kids is baloney. I could use stronger words. The strategic plan says that we need a mix of business, people, housing, and open space. All I've been hearing about is housing, 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 housing. No businesses. Where are these people going to work? The VMTs. They're going to work, they were going to work at VSAP. They're laying off. They were going to work at Qualcomm. They're laying off. Where are they going to work? Can't all be baristas. We don't have enough coffee in this town, although you would think we do. The last chart is interesting. Parkland is not really changed much over 10 years either. In fact, it's gone down. It's pretty sad. I don't think we should declare this as surplus land. We should just keep it. Surplus land is precious. It can never be given away. Saying this is surplus land is like saying we are not a welcoming city. It's like saying people are illegal aliens. It just doesn't make sense. There is no such thing as surplus land. It's a benefit to the city. We are lucky to have it, and we should provide better uses of it than an immediate knee-jerk reaction for housing. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Louise Julig, and I think I'm more confused than I was when I walked in here. I'm just going to stick to my main point, and my main point is affordable housing for the lower incomes of people in the strata is difficult to build. It's difficult to build because it's difficult to make it pencil out economically for developers. And so from everything that I've learned, having the land e.g. city-owned property, is one of the best ways to make these kinds of things pan out. And do I wish that the land could not be in a place where people are so upset about it because of the other developments? Yes. Is it perfect? No. But I think this is an opportunity to get a 100% affordable housing development. This is something that I think the city needs. And it's an opportunity that shouldn't be gone to waste. You know, there's a lot of emotional arguments, but I think it just makes sense to use this city property for something that we really need. I mean, I think that that is something that we really need. I personally know people that are housing insecure, that are, you know, they are not in a secure housing situation. Their rent could go up. They're in a donated kind of casita situation where if that person moves, they will be homeless, and or not homeless, but you know, they will be without a home in Encinitas where they work. And so yeah, the process is confusing, but the end result, I think we should keep that in mind. 100% affordable housing development on city land. Is this parcel perfect? No, but I think it's the right use. Thank you.
Hi, been a while since I've been here, but it's the same topic, it's even the same place. Please imagine a model 100% affordable housing community on L7. Yes, it has been built. It's a warm and inviting community. It was designed by one of our award-winning affordable housing developers in the area. They knew how to fit it beautifully into the neighborhood, making it valuable and attractive addition to our city. And necessary street improvements have helped deal with traffic issues. Now fill it with all those who have not been able to find affordable housing here in Encinitas. First, fill it with some of our hardworking servers at Kai's and Panican and all of our beloved coffee houses along 101. Imagine our medical attendants at Scripps and our elementary and high school janitors and cafeteria staffs all living there together, as well as the gardeners at Lux and our support staffs at our churches and temple. Imagine the guards and the gardeners staff at Leash Tag finally being able to become neighbors too. How about the receptionists at our police and fire station? Imagine the support staff at the library or the CRC or our YMCA or our elder communities, and being able to walk or ride their bike to work. So finally living in the city they serve. And of course, now imagine support staff here at the city who help make this meeting possible, also making it their home, as well as workers at our community center who keep it open and vital day in and day out. And finally, we'd have a place for our lifeguards who devote their days to keeping us safe, but who cannot begin to afford to live here. I personally can imagine my friend Donna, an expressive arts coach, who devoted many years to helping me create story arts, making her home there. Yes, tucked away in what I see as a tree-lined set of apartment homes with small garden paths leading to the communal laundry rooms where right outside children play on the grass and on the jungle gym equipment. It's time to provide housing for those who keep the wheels of Encinitas turning, who are the heartbeat of our city. So yes, please, I urge you to support the building of a 100% affordable community of at least 45 units and using the current existing zoning at L7. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Molly Woods Drake, followed by Marlon Taylor and Elena Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz and council members. I'm Molly Woods Drake and a resident of District 1. I've been an affordable housing advocate for years, so like many of my neighbors who wrote in favor of this motion, my question is not why now, but rather my statement is thank you. This has taken so long. Currently, 36% of households in Encinitas are rent or occupied. Average rent is $2,867, and the average size of an apartment is 866 square feet, which means to afford a home at the current average rent in Encinitas using the 1/3 of your income towards housing ratio, one would need to make $88 an hour or $9,500 a month after taxes, or approximately $170,000 a year. Anybody meet those qualifications? Encinitas currently has 20 community parks and the 10-acre Ecology Center, which is literally a quarter mile from L7. Now, please contrast that data with the following. Average pay of an Encinitas firefighter paramedic, $54,000 a year. Starting pay of an EUSD or San Diego Unified High School teacher is approximately $54,000 a year. The average pay for a Scripps RN is $75,000 a year. Trader Joe's and Starbucks workers make an average of $17 an hour. We depend on these workers to teach our children and save our lives, to serve us and make our lives better. Yet we have not prioritized valuing their work by creating an affordable place for them to live amongst us as neighbors. Rent continues to rise. Housing options become more difficult to access, which is why I'd like to commend the city staff for an abbreviated and expedient process to finding a pathway to what I hope will be a 100% affordable housing project. Affordable housing is personal to me, not simply because I'm a renter in Encinitas and I can empathize with renters who worry about the stability of their residency, but also because I believe access to housing is a moral issue. I learned this at the young age from my dad. My father was a community organizer and reverend with the United Farm Workers and later worked with the Industrial Areas Foundation in the South Bronx, where he led alongside a coalition to build 4,500 affordable homes, which became known as the Nehemiah Plan. My father and the IAF did what many thought was impossible and what many opposed in areas of New York City. They created a model which has been mimicked in Boston, Chicago, and other cities throughout the country. They brought dignity to low and middle income workers who did the hard work the city depended on to thrive, but who struggled to find a safe and stable home for themselves and their families. You too have the ability to change lives. I'll end with this. I know housing is a contentious issue in Encinitas, affordable housing even more so. There's a quote by Catholic activist Dorothy Day. My dad had the opportunity to work alongside her. He would often remind me of this. People say, what is the sense of our small effort? They cannot see that we must lay one brick at a time, take one step at a time. A pebble cast into a pond causes ripples that spread in all directions. Each one of our thoughts, words, and deeds is like that. No one has a right to sit down and feel hopeless. There is much work to do. Thank you for the work that you do. Please continue to do it.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Kranz, council, staff. There are people in this room that know significantly more about housing than I do. I did not sleep in a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I am not going to act as if I am an expert on things. Tonight, the city was recognized as a leader for its environmental efforts. Tonight, you have the opportunity to take a much-needed step towards improving the lives of people that are employed in our city, our children returning home from college, young families just starting out, and many others. The SLA aims to address housing and community needs by ensuring that surplus public land is used in a way that benefits the public interest. And while it isn't a panacea, designating 634 Quail Gardens Drive as surplus land starts a much-needed, honest, good faith conversation about affordable housing solutions in Encinitas. Affordable housing is important for cities for several reasons. Affordable housing ensures that a diverse workforce can live within the city, contributing to the economic stability and growth. When people can afford to live near their workplaces, it reduces commuting times and costs, benefiting both employees and employers. Access to affordable housing promotes social equity by reducing income inequality. It allows individuals and families of varying income levels to live in safe, decent housing, contributing to a more inclusive and cohesive community. Affordable housing is a fundamental determinant of overall well-being. When people have stable and secure housing, it has positive effects on physical and mental health, reducing homelessness and associated health issues. Housing affordability can attract and retain a skilled workforce, benefiting local businesses and the overall community. In summary, while there are many reasonable arguments that make the prospect of a 100% affordable housing solution tough to swallow, I ask you all to be solution-oriented, creative, and willing to think outside of the box to achieve an effective and impactful affordable housing solution for the city. Having a diversity of housing types is a crucial component of a thriving and equitable city, contributing to an economic prosperity, social well-being, and overall quality of life for its residents. And that is all I have to say, and good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know a lot about housing because I'm a realtor here in town, and I think you've had some really good comments, and most of them all make sense. But I think the main thing that we want to try to keep in mind as a community is that you've already approved in the past council 2,500 housing units in Encinitas, right? 2,500. And of that, 1,100 are low and very low income and affordable housing units. That's 1,100. So, it's not that you're bad people and you've done the wrong thing and you're not approving affordable housing. That's been done and that's in motion. And what's interesting is that the vast majority of the affordable housing that has been approved by this council happens to be located on Quail Gardens Road, okay? So I just wanted to put that out there, and I thought that, it is important that we don't overdevelop by yet adding more affordable housing, particularly when we value open space, and we even have some of you on committees to find open space in our community and parkland for the future, since we do have a deficit of parks. So that's one point I wanted to make. The other is that the big problem with building too much and overdeveloping is that state housing law, even though it's called for in the California Constitution, it does not compensate cities for the impacts that it causes. So when you look at 2,500 units coming to Encinitas, and you think of the 25,000 ADTs, car trips, that have been estimated to be with those units, that's a heck of a lot of cars. That requires mitigation. It means more police, more fire, more public safety, more classrooms, more of everything, including good roads to transport all these people. So the commensurate offset from the state is absent with this state housing law and these mandates. And that's just another reason to proceed very cautiously, because you've got already 2,500 houses that are going to be coming soon, provided the market doesn't completely collapse and there's no financing. And lastly, my last point is that, state housing law has been around for a very long time in California. However, it is now today a web of laws. Most legislators, probably yourselves included, myself included, if you asked what are all the different laws, do you know there's over 500 laws on the books? They've really made a mess of this. It's like throwing Play-Doh on the wall. There are so many laws that the people making the laws don't know what the laws that the last people made. And so the impacts of what we're going to see coming are going to be pretty surprising. And I say that because when you overdevelop a town, and our gorgeous town, what all these pictures represent, it'll be on your watch what it looks like. So we want to really proceed cautiously and know that we're going to get what everybody in this room wants. So let's just do it carefully and exert local control. Thank you.
Final four speakers are Sheila Cameron with time donations from John Carlson and Dolores Welty, Steve Gherkin with a time donation from Natalie Satoon, Dick Stern, and Jamas Gwilliam.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is for the record. A little history and background here. This property was purchased for developing into a park someday, period, a park. I was on the council in 97, 98 when this was brought before us in closed session. There was no owner listed per se, just an LLC, which could never, that could be anyone. 2 weeks later, it came back, the consideration under a different LLC. Not being able to discern who owned the property and the fact that it was bifurcated on both sides of the road, I did not support the purchase of this property. But over the years, I've been concerned and I've kept an eye on it. It has gone through various cycles. The city wanted to use it as the city's maintenance yard. It was actually proposed as a park with ball fields, but the neighbors objected to those little leaguers invading their neighborhood. Then it was proposed as part of the vision for the new commons in Encinitas. Not a bad idea, but it didn't go anywhere. Here it is. If you're not familiar with it, you might want to look it over. It's too bad it didn't happen. So fast forward to 2018 and Measure U. When this property was being considered as a 100% affordable development, that was voted against by council members Tony Kranz, Mark Muir. And the 11th hour Joe Moscow was persuaded by neighbors to vote against that as well. So 2 subpar sites, Piraeus and Clark Streets, were substituted to meet Encinitas housing goals. Piraeus had a history of being an unstable site and an ecologically sensitive one, for which you are even now facing a lawsuit, another lawsuit by the state's Endangered Habitats League. Some real quality people behind that. The Clark Street site was unanimously voted against by the Encinitas Planning Commission, and even the mobility group advised that a redesign was needed. And of course, apparently, that mayor, city council, and staff asked the developer, David Myers, to act on their behalf, which he did by bullying and threatening anyone who protested that proposed Clark development site. And the mayor and council allowed this all to take place. Those residents have not forgotten that treatment. So here we are today, 5 years later, November 2023, talking 100% affordable housing on the property. And I'm wondering, because I'm hearing, well, maybe not 100%. So what is it? Is that a guarantee of all affordable and no market rate? Will there be 3 categories, affordable, low income, very low income? And will it be individual houses actually sold to qualified families, or will it be apartment rentals? And nobody gets ahead with those. And while we are discussing this, the public needs to understand these will not be housing for homeless, because the homeless have no income. And even in these 3 categories, a sizable income is required. So those people who think that this will be getting people off the streets, they are wrong. There is no help here for those now living in the streets of our city. This property was purchased with the idea in mind that it would someday be a park. Not a housing project, not a maintenance yard, but a park of some sort. Maybe even some open space with a few easy trails, with trees and native California plantings like Quercus damosa, the little live oaks from which the Encinitas derives its name. That would be significant, in fact. It might be nice to have that density, that identity of our roots planted in our city. It's a simple and clear vision, and a very calming one, something needed in this period of so much stress in people's lives. On this street alone, you already have 3 new housing projects that add up to almost 900 units. Let's check the traffic that goes along with those housing units. An estimated and lessened now 6 car trips per day. It used to be 10 car trips per day, but a possible 5,400 cars per day spilling onto Quail Gardens Drive, Encinitas Boulevard, Acadia Boulevard, points east, west, north, and south from here. That is just that one street. Do you really want to see more houses and dwelling units built on Quail Gardens? Add in the increased population, we forget the people, who will occupy these 900 living spaces. 2,000, 1,000, no, 3,000 to 4,000 men, women, and children, plus their pets. They are going to need some nearby park and open space. Another glimpse of history worth noting. When I was on council, we were given a bus tour of all the surplus, quote unquote, land on the city that the staff felt we ought to sell. One of those sites was the land that had been set aside for a full-blown, complete fire station in Levenheim. Over my objection, the city sold that piece of land. That certainly has proven to be a short-sighted decision. Levenheim needs a fire station in the heart of that community. What they have out there will never work. It is at risk. So surplus land, are you kidding me? We have no surplus or excess land in our city. We are not Carlsbad or Oceanside, which have hundreds of acres. Our city is small. A little corner of paradise that is losing part of its soul to overdevelopment by the abuse of state housing laws and zoning, because we are losing local control of our heritage here. This is our land, truly, bought and paid for. Let's do something positive with it. So I'm asking you, our current enlightened mayor and council, do not support selling this beautiful large property. Land is irreplaceable. As the saying goes, they aren't making any more of it. We cannot afford to sell this 9.2 acres that will make a beautiful open space and active park someday. It's just a thought. You might want to put it up for a vote and let the taxpayers of the city decide what they want to have done with that land that we paid for. It's our land. You haven't had any workshop on this for the public. And I'm asking also, as other people have, what is the rush? Also, somebody brought up about a lottery about housing. I didn't know we had one. And I'm actually wondering if you're actually getting 100% low income, if that's the way you're going to go. And a note to Mally, I don't know you, but the citizens of this city pushed and pushed hard to have a minimum 25% housing for affordable, low income, very low. That council, Blakespeare, Kranz, et al., refused. Also, the Planning Commission came forward with a very workable plan of 50% low income and affordable housing. The Planning Commission thoroughly vetted it, agreed on it, sent it forward to the council, who turned it down. And by the way, you were against that too. So who really wants affordable housing around here? And what do you really support? That's some of the history, just some of it. I've got a ton of things I could tell you about, but get your act together. This land is precious. It was bought to be a park. It's gone through a lot of stuff, but it should be a park, preferably an open space park. It's a nice vision. We can do it. Thank you.
I have to get my glasses. Oh, they're right here. I have to put them on to see them. And I'll test the clicker. Thank you. Point it to you. Nope. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and thank you to Natalie for the generous time donation. My name's Steve Gerken, resident of Encinitas, and I want to talk to you about the overdevelopment of Quail Gardens Drive by the surplus land declaration for the sale of L7. We've heard this enough, but what happened to the workshop? We were assured there'd be communication about L7. We've talked to council members, we've talked to the mayor, we talk regularly to the Pam Antill, the city manager, what's going on with L7, and we're told repeatedly, we don't know yet. Well, then we get this bomb, it's on the agenda to be sold. When were you going to talk to us? When are you going to engage with the residents and businesses? Encinitas needs to engage the knowledge, wisdom, experience, and interest in local control. You've got a lot of great people in this city that can work on this. So how does selling L7 meet the City Council's goal of evolving and preserving community character? L7, as you've heard repeatedly, was bought by the city for a park. Fast forward, we've got 1,077 families moving in over the next few years. So to give you an idea, that's about a little bit less than 1/3 the size of Village Park, coming in on 1 mile of Encinitas. That's a lot of people. That's going to be 4,000 to 5,000 people coming in. There's 1 2-acre park there right now. So let's use L7 for the right reason, for a park. So is it going to solve your arena housing numbers? As you've heard, we've allocated, we're having 1,100 low-income and very low-income housing units coming in. They're coming in. They're approved, they're getting built. So how does leasing this avoid the no net loss dilemma, which was the basis for this entire exercise we were presented? Could we have that discussion? Could somebody show us the numbers? That was the panic that was inspired in front of us. We're going to get hit by a lawsuit from the state because we're not going to meet our numbers. So where's the justification that was the original basis for this proposal? How were the DUs calculated? I'd just like to know, because I'm worried that you're going to sell this to somebody, they're going to ask you to come back for an R30 overlay, and we're going to come back with 400 units. 10 acres, R40 is what the R30 overlay nets at. We need to have these discussions. How's it going to be funded? One, who's going to pay for all these houses? How much money is the city on the hook for? That's a discussion we should have. A real thing, what's the goal to improve city infrastructure? We've all complained, these new housing element sites aren't contributing a single thing to the city. No infrastructure, no parks, no roads, no school improvements. Maybe they'll have to do some local traffic impact improvements. So what's the city's plan to improve if they're going to be a housing developer on L7? What's your contribution to improving the infrastructure of our city? That would be part of the dialogue that I hoped we would have had at a workshop. So back to it. How does this selling L7 maintain the community character and our quality of life? And is the will of the council to do what's right for the residents? We own the land. We, the residents, we, the people, own the land. You're the stewards of the land. And we've got you up there as our elected representatives to represent our interests. And I think you need to talk to the people and find out what our interests are. You've set your goals, and now you need to align those with what the residents want to get done. So don't declare L7 surplus land. Keep L7 for the residents. Out of your statement, your strategic plan is to ensure the diversity of the community includes a great mix of businesses, people, housing, and open space that results in a high quality of life. I'm going to put the prediction out here that if you sell L7 and you don't build a park for these 4,000 families that are coming in, you now have signaled the decline of the standard of living in Encinitas for all our new residents that you're welcoming here. So you need to have a dialogue with us. You need to back away from this decision today. There's nothing that says in the HCD that you can't have a workshop with us today. Thank you very much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dick Stern. I'm the president of the Encinitas Ranch Community Association, as well as a spokesman for the Four Corners Consortium, which represents residents who live along Quail Gardens Drive. I'm here tonight to share with you a number of concerns, many of which have been touched on by previous speakers, over issues of importance to our constituents. But before I touch on those, I want to reiterate that we totally support affordable housing. Absolutely. It is absolutely critical that we address this need, but we need to ensure that it's done responsibly and that housing can be sustained and maintained in a proper manner over a long term. When I take a step back and look at all the work and dialogue around L7 over the past 5 or 6 years, it seems like L7 is always a solution in search of a problem. And a problem that has, to many residents of Encinitas, been not articulated well. If it's 100% affordable, then we ought to make sure everybody understands that. Let's start by defining what may be the real problem that we're trying to solve here. Let's look at potential solutions in an open and transparent environment that may or may not involve L7 and communicate effectively on the background and the rationale. We've met numerous times personally with each of you on the matter of L7 and traffic on Quail Gardens Drive over the past year, and you clearly understand our interests, yet this agenda item suddenly appears without any communications or forewarning. I and others continue to harp on the need for more community engagement, and I do again tonight. We need to provide residents with much more context, background, and explanation of the process and how and why decisions are made the way they are. This is not difficult. Let's start with a workshop or a town hall meeting with residents to help craft communications that everyone can easily understand and do so on a sustained basis. We also need to keep in mind that the city has already approved, as you've heard, the development of 1,077 housing units along this narrow, winding 1-mile stretch of Quail Gardens Drive, representing 40% of the housing units associated with the 5th and 6th housing element cycles. That really feels like the residents along this road are absorbing an unfair amount of the burden. Also, the potential selection of L7 as a housing unit does not seem to square with HCD guidelines. We want to collaborate with the city. Count me in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'm your last speaker. Jameis Quilliam. I live in One Channel Island. You may recall I was here maybe a month ago speaking in support actually of the Moonlight Project. I actually work in the development business. I went to graduate school. While living in graduate school to get my master's in real estate, I lived in affordable housing. And for my first few years out of grad school, I actually developed affordable housing, and I currently develop multifamily projects transitioning retail to mixed use and multifamily environments. So I'm very familiar with land use. My concern today, and many of these speakers have made excellent points. I also grew up in Encinitas, and I share many of the concerns they have from a community perspective. My concerns are related to the changes that are continually occurring in Sacramento as it relates to taking any land use control from local jurisdictions. And starting this process, based on my reading of the laws today, I did not see anything related to an abbreviated Surplus Land Act. I understand there's obviously considerable ambiguity. You're getting notes from members of the community who are talking to HCD. This should be coming from our city attorney. There should be no questions about the process going forward. My biggest concern would be you make an action tonight, you deem this surplus land, and the train has left the station. And Sacramento will steamroll us any chance that they get. That's what will happen. Just at the end of October, how many laws were approved to advance housing in the state of California? Right? I think there were dozens that were passed by the governor. One of them, AB 1287, is a stackable density bonus. You get another 50% density bonus on top of AB 2345 that gives you a 50% density bonus. And that is outside of your control at a local level. So I agree with what has been said, but I share significant concerns related to giving up our local control. And I would ask that you ask those very specific questions about what does AB 1287 and AB 2345, how can that layer on to taking away our local control, especially given what we've already discussed about the number of units that are coming in along Quail Gardens Drive. I also noticed, and I think it's important to point out, the strategic plan, evolving and preserving community character focused by area by ensuring diversity of the community, including a mix of businesses, people, housing, and open space. I think preserving and open space are key elements. We're doing considerable amounts to evolve the amount of housing along Quail Gardens Drive. Let's look at balancing things out. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That does conclude public speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. We will now take a 10-minute break. comments about what we heard from the public speakers. I want to express my appreciation to Judge Stiven, who offered some legal opinions, and he did not indicate his qualifications for that, but he is indeed a former judge and attorney. I don't know if he's got any specialty in Surplus Lands Act, but in the meantime, yeah, you've picked some up. Okay, very good. And Sheila Cameron mentioned all the many uses over the years that had been proposed for L7, one of which was the city's public library. There was a period where the Round Library was deemed too small, and there was a decision about how to build a new library, and it was proposed that L7 be used for that. There was actually an election to decide where it would go. And this site won by a huge margin, and I was pleased with that. I did get a walk list from Sheila. She's a grassroots organizer, and so I got some brochures to hand out around my neighborhood, and I was very happy that the library stayed on the hill here. It's a world-class library. I also, while I express this particular opinion as one of 5 votes, I have no intention of handing over development of this parcel without city involvement to preclude the density bonus doubling up issues that were raised about state law. I think that we all have committed to a process that would allow us the ability to decide what actually is built there. And that's, for me at least, very important. So with that, we'll start with council deliberations with Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kranz. I appreciate everyone's comments. I feel like I understand the confusion or some things that may be confusing, and hopefully I can help navigate us a little bit here. So I'm just going to come right out the gate here saying I think what's confusing for what we're considering tonight is that we have recommended actions in our staff report that perhaps we're not ready for. Our first recommended action is to develop scenarios for the property. And even though when I read that, I thought, yeah, okay, we're thinking about some scenarios, but we're not ready to do that yet. And I think a lot of speakers made that really clear, and I agree. We still need to do the workshops, and in my mind, I'm thinking, yes, of course, we still need to do those workshops. But now when I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's why it's a little confusing about, does this imply we've already made up our minds? And the answer to that is absolutely not. What we have made up our minds about is that we've looked citywide for property that the city owns that would be appropriate for affordable housing. We've done that over a year plus. And we have chosen L7 as that property, and we are looking at developing it for 100% affordable. That's it. We talked about scenarios at our June meeting, but I'm willing to just totally back off of scenarios until we have everyone's input in the workshops. What's really important for us to do today is only the second recommended action, which is to declare the property as surplus land for the purposes of meeting the state's requirements. And that is a first step that I want to help achieve. And the reason for that, and what I want to listen to my colleagues first, but what I would push forward with tonight is just to move forward with only that recommendation. And the reason I think that recommendation is really important is we need to go through the state's process in the manner they've told us we need to go through it and check that box so that then we can have the assurance that we remain in control of the property. We're not selling it. We're not changing ownership. We're not giving up control. this is the reason we're moving in this direction is so that we can keep control and we can work with the community to decide what is the best way to achieve 100% affordable housing on this property. So I think that would be where I would lean towards, is just moving forward with the second recommendation. And as a landscape architect, I perhaps can visualize outcomes. I've been doing it for decades. When a client would come to me and say, "This is what we want on this property," and I can help them bring those ideas forward into tangible space. What I envision for this L7 property is that we address all the impacts you're talking about. We address the traffic studies. We look at how we can integrate the public benefit of having a park, having open space, having amenities that the community and the children will love and really value, as well as 100% affordable housing. So what that means to me is we're not going to go with anything high density. I would prefer not to even talk about rezoning. Just go with what lays gently on the land here and providing for the multiple benefits of the larger community. So I think we can solve a lot of issues by putting our heads together in workshops to articulate what our scenarios are better than we have so far. So I would prefer to do those workshops next, not to address any kind of scenario tonight. And so I just wanted to start with that. Thank you. That's it for my comments now.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Try to keep it as short as possible without going through all the history. But I think what I heard tonight is a fear that we are going to come out of this vote tonight with a scenario which I don't think any of us want. And I think the biggest fear that I heard from most speakers is that we would come out of this and we would open ourselves up to a high-density housing project. And I want to state on the record again that that's not the intention. And what I envision is a low-density community that's consistent with the underlying zoning of 30 to 45 units. And I really want to answer these questions that came with why now, because on January 1st, as our last speaker, Jameis, noted, a whole slew of new laws go into effect, and some of those laws take away protections that we enjoy here in the coastal zone. And my fear is that should we push this vote to declare surplus land any later than January 1st of this year, we might have to do the process, the elongated process of taking this out to the development community, saying here's a list of 200 developers that we have to make aware that this land is available, and the proposals they come back to us would be high density. It would be the 300 units. It would be the 250 units. And so I'm so glad, Maria, that you stayed until the very end, because the way that you spoke about your vision for what you see as possible on this site is the vision that I think Joy and I share when we continue to move this project forward. We want to see people who are probably seniors, because that's the fastest growing population that are no longer able to afford living in our community. I think we want it to be a mindful community. Including a park as part of this development is definitely something that the city can specify we want. Managing the flow, the speed, and the ease for drivers as they navigate Quail Gardens Drive with the additional units that we know will be coming soon, we're also able to do if we act now. So the difference is that with the city as the developer, it's really important to distinguish between the high density projects that are required of us through a court mandate that was avoided for a long time, and then it eventually came down in the form of a court order to implement high density housing, is very different from what we're talking about here, which is a city-owned parcel of land in which the city creates the RFP and says this is exactly what we're looking for. And if we don't get it, I don't think there would be the desire to move forward with a 100% affordable project. So I don't think anybody's happy when the mayor's unhappy, and I think that there is a little bit of an order confusion that we were left with after our June meeting, where we decided to hire Cosmont to do this evaluation. And I think the hope was that we could come up with these concepts, we could ensure that the look and feel of this community is consistent with the surrounding communities, and that it's single family and it looks the same when you're driving by. And unfortunately, the answer we got from our very high-paid lawyers who we pay to help us navigate this process is that in good faith, we have to make this land available for open space. So our vote tonight is going to either end up with the land being purchased by, or I guess an offer being made to the city for the land to stay as open space and for a park to be developed, or that the city gets to go ahead and continue on our course of developing a low-density housing project here on this site. So I will be voting in favor of staff's recommendation to go forward with making the SLA declaration. I do feel in agreement with you, Joy, about needing to hold off on scenarios, but I understand that as part of the notice of availability, we'll need to present the appraisal, and that the appraisal might be dependent on if land could be developed there. So would it be possible to hold off on the question of scenarios and instead just make the declaration?
Councilmember Hensy, I believe that it would, and I think that if council is comfortable with it, that in terms of crafting an appraisal, we could use the prior development scenarios that were discussed before, which is the 30 to 45 units, as you had mentioned, and then also a 60-unit senior residential project.
Great, that's good news. Let me look through my notes and see if there's anything else that I wanted to mention. Yeah, I think we are racing against the clock to get this declaration made before January 1st, but I don't think we're racing against the clock to get the community input. So once we've made the declaration, I see us going through a year of community input. I think we'll need to budget that so that it's adequately supported with the help we'll need to engage the whole community in developing the vision here. That would include, what all these beautiful ideas, a meditation area. I've heard a pickleball court. I've heard a park. Obviously, the trail connections through Leech Tag would be key for us. But I do expect that to take time, and I do expect that to cost money. And I think that it should be a really robust process that we can end up with something that we're all happy with. So that concludes my comments.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, so in a vacuum, this would not be a catastrophic density project. If we didn't have the backdrop of approving 1,077 other units up and down within a mile and a half of this project. I believe we are in control. And by the way, when I say we are in control of preventing an R30, I don't mean the five of us. I mean Prop A says you're in control. So I'm not worried about an R30 project here. We remain in control there. But this is the wrong place, and it's the wrong density. That ship sailed when the previous council approved so many projects right down Quail Gardens Drive, and we haven't even finished building them. We haven't even occupied them yet, and we're talking about putting more density in there, and I cannot, and I will continue not to support it. Leucadia Boulevard, Quail Gardens Drive are just heavily impacted by these projects. There's the other problem I have, and this gets back to what we talked about previously, VMT. This is absolutely not a walkable location. This is not a project location where I would put lower income housing that hopefully use less cars or need to be able to walk to services. There is no service within easy walking distance. There's no grocery, there's no drugstore, no restaurants. It's out in what used to be, if I go back 30 years ago, a bucolic, dead-end rural valley. And we're just blowing that community character. We're not evolving. We are blowing that community character out of the water, and I oppose that. So, and quite frankly, it was interesting, the mention earlier about Prop H. I worked on that campaign. Sheila led it, where we prevented the library from moving onto Quail Gardens Drive, and quite convincingly so. Home Depot was another good example. By the way, Home Depot was not a required vote. It was an advisory vote. And I think this would be a case where if we really want to do this, putting it to an advisory vote of the people, I think I know how it would come down, but I don't think that'll happen. So bottom line is I voted no on March 22nd when we talked about this. I voted no on June 28th, and I'm going to vote no again. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Well, yes.
Briefly, so that we can get around to everybody getting first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see anyone else up when I pressed the button. I'm happy to let Councilmember Blackwell go first, if you prefer.
Okay, Councilmember Blackwell.
I was going to use that extra minute to think about what I was going to say. No, I'm just kidding. I find there's a lot of confusion in the process and contradictory input. I'm going to just spend a little bit of time asking questions. I'm very aware of the hour, and I apologize to everyone who's still here, but you're still here, so you're interested. But I do want to understand some things. So one of the questions I had was whether we could really bifurcate and push off the development of scenarios. You've answered that, so thank you. It sounds like we can, but I think I was under the impression that that was not possible, that you needed to have this as a package deal. So again, we can sort of split the two, and if we move forward with just the surplus lands declaration, that's enough. Is there anything going into effect in terms of state housing laws on January 1st that would affect our ability to control our destiny with respect to this parcel of land? I'll look to our city attorney, to Director Kuziak.
Thank you, Councilmember Blackwell. The law is ever evolving. There may be laws that come down. I'm not personally aware of anything that would necessarily require a different process. But that doesn't mean there isn't one somewhere in state law. There are a number of pending bills, and not all of them have been analyzed.
That's fair. It's a good lawyerly answer. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. And if we moved forward with having community involvement, engagement, and evaluating some scenarios without declaring the land surplus yet, what is the consequence?
Councilmember Blackwell, there is no consequence. The requirements of the Surplus Lands Act only are triggered when the property is declared surplus. So the city could spend more time if it wished to further study the issue or analyze the issue or have public input prior to declaring it surplus.
The risk we have might be against the clock of housing laws. Sorry to interrupt your applause, that was good. But the risk is we might be up against the clock on housing laws that could get interpreted that interfere with this process that
Correct.
we're proposing. Okay. The other is the no net loss issue, right? In the spring when this came up, we had a risk of triggering no net loss. That was relieved, at least temporarily, with the Greek church development. Are we ready to talk about where we stand today in terms of that risk? That would be another time pressure, I would assume, if there is that risk.
Yeah, Councilmember Blackwell, I think that as projects move forward, we're seeing most of the projects that are the housing element sites that we mostly depend on to meet those numbers to avoid no net loss. They are coming in with numbers that are in some cases significantly below what the anticipated number was. So I think that continues to be a concern. We have a decent buffer right now, but essentially if some of the other projects which are in the queue and are very near to consideration come through and get approved, then we would continue to be at risk, and that will continue to be an issue throughout this housing element cycle.
So even a project that is within the current zoning of 30 units or so would at least provide more buffer?
Yes, it would.
And delay that problem. Okay. I think I'm going to stop and ask, we can go another round, and then I'll come back with some comments.
Okay, thanks. I am going to weigh in here and say that I do not support the declaration of surplus under the SLA. Scott Campbell pointed it out, but I could read it myself, that some of the statements that we would be declaring in the resolution for example, item 2, the property is hereby declared surplus land and not necessary for the city's use is while it's cliche, it does seem very Orwellian. And I tend to agree with Judge Stiven that this declaration under the SLA is just not necessary, especially if we advance a project that doesn't require us, engaging a developer in a way that triggers the Surplus Land Act. And we won't know the details of what we can or can't do until we get the due diligence done that was a part of this contract that I don't think Bruce approved it, but 4 of us approved this contract with Cosmont to do task number 2, predisposition property due diligence and regulatory compliance activities. And that was to include a due diligence to identify constraints affecting the potential development, e.g. zoning, site configuration, and environmental condition. And then there would be a financial analysis. So we do pro formas to look at the different alternatives and give us a reality check on what a 100% affordable project might cost. I would think as part of this due diligence process, we would have a conversation with the community as well as experts as to the housing type that would be going on these sites, because there are questions about whether we have too many rental units as part of the housing element update and the projects that have come forward. To me, that task 2 with the due diligence is the most important in order to have a conversation. All of the conversation that we're having here tonight is around this mystery SLA, and we're happy that we have an abbreviated SLA and it's only on open space, but one of the organizations that we have to offer the space to is our own Parks and Rec department. And it seems to me that that is kind of nuts because we own it, right? So it's a weird law. It's mostly an opportunity for lawyers to make money, not to, be derogatory towards lawyers. We need them. But in the end, I think that there's a lot that we need to do before we declare this land surplus. And I disagree about being up against the clock. I think that this conversation about what we and the community, I get that there are going to be people that are opposed to it no matter what is proposed, but ultimately there is no question that there's a need for housing. And it's especially true of the folks that Lois listed in her poem. And, the frustrating part is that the folks that she's talking about actually don't make enough money to qualify even for very low-income housing in our city, which is just a disaster because, our city is a bedroom community that has many, many very low-paying jobs. And so it presents this challenge where the people that work in our community can't afford to live in our community. So when you talk about vehicle miles traveled, you just jack them all up. And the people who live here generally work somewhere else. Some of us are blessed with a work-from-home situation now that the COVID hit. And I consider myself very fortunate because I'm one of those. But ultimately, this is just, I can't sign on to this declaration, this proclamation, this resolution. I want task 2 to be undertaken as quickly as possible. And we have the workshops and we have the conversations about due diligence, financial analysis, and it's a discussion about what it is that we're proposing might work there. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So I see that what's in the best interest of our community is trying to find a way forward that meets our objectives with little risk. So I look at this from the perspective of we've gotten legal clarity that this step of meeting the state's requirement will help put us in a position where we've cleared the barriers to moving forward. And I have complete confidence that that is going to put us in a position where we feel that we're absolutely in the right direction to then have our workshops and do our due diligence. I don't see that that it has to go the other way around. I think that this helps to secure our rights and our ownership to do the next step, which is achieve what we want to achieve on this property. So I'm happy to move this forward. I want to really further drill down on no net loss that Councilmember Blackwell brought up, because I think that's really, really relevant. Where we can put gently into our community 100% affordable, that means there's many fewer other developments that are in the housing element that we have to do. What we're doing is we're mitigating for other future developments that have 80% market rate and 20% affordable housing. Do you see what I'm saying? As far as affordable housing, then we are helping to achieve that no net loss. And I think probably a lot of you do understand that, but we're able to provide for that so that our community doesn't need to be impacted by much more additional market rate housing. I just want to follow by saying that I really envision this the same way Lois does, and I love the real creative and really visual way you expressed the development. This not only provides for the people who live here. This is our culture. This is who we are. If we don't provide opportunities for the people who live here to continue to live here generation after generation, then we have lost ourselves. We have lost our culture, because who we are our people. And so I just am really passionate about doing what we can to continue to provide the right housing solutions for the range of people who live here in the community.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, I'm back. All right. So I've been thinking about this a lot, and I am 100% for a 100% affordable housing development in this city. That is going to be abundantly clear. I use a lot of the services in the city that you all do. And when I go to the dry cleaner, when I go to the restaurant, when I go to talk to city staff, I do ask a lot, where do you live? More often than not, they say, somewhere other than here. That's not okay with me. It's not okay with me at all, because we have quoted, several people quoted the strategic goals and the diversity that was listed there. And I do think we need people from all walks of life living here. So I want to support a 100% affordable housing project. I want a project that the city can develop and own and that we control. So I do not want to have the state or a private developer telling us that we have to build something high density. The process and everything we've heard tonight does concern me. My preference would be to follow those steps laid out in the COSMA contract. Do the due diligence, have a community workshop. Do that now, not later, not when we've declared it surplus. But I can only agree to that if I know that this isn't going to just kick the can down the road and jeopardize us, whether we trigger the no net loss, whether there's another law from the state that puts all this kind of upside down. So I can agree to doing those things if we can also agree on a timeline that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, a question for staff. The discussion of whether it was park or not, and Sheila's history there just triggered me to think of something. The abbreviated NOA or abbreviated SLA process we're going through, if this was designated as parkland, could we go through this process, the abbreviated process?
Basically any property that we'd be looking to look at the exempt surplus categories would have to go through this process. And if it were just simply parkland, and we wanted to, designated parkland, and it wanted to be declared surplus, it would still be subject to the exact same processes. So if it were going to go to an affordable housing project, it would still need to go through this process. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I'm not sure you answered my question. So the abbreviated process is all I'm talking about right now. Because I thought there was something in the staff report about if it was designated already as parkland, then it couldn't go through this process. Did I get that wrong? Maybe I misread.
Okay. I don't think that's what it said. Basically, what the process says is that that if we're declaring property surplus within the coastal zone, that it has to go through these open space entities. And the wider process would also require that the NOA go to open space entities, but also does require that it go to all the identified affordable housing developers. So in any case, any declaration of surplus land is going to involve a NOA that goes out to open space agencies as listed.
Okay. So, and I went back and looked at the general plan, pulled it up online, and this site is labeled Quail Gardens Park Site. And this is, yeah. And so I was just like, okay. But, so I think there was some expectation in the, from the past and from the current general plan, really our constitution, if you will, that said this was going to be park space. Thank you.
Yes, and at one point it was going to be part of Prop A, where Eki proposed to develop his agricultural land, and so it was mapped to flip the city property with a parcel on Saxony for a public works yard. So it's gone through quite a few iterations.
And that lost 2-1 in defeat at the vote for Prop A.
Yes, but it was mapped as a residential site. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So what I heard from my colleague, Councilmember Blackwell, is encouraging. I'm wondering if we can get to a motion that you feel comfortable with. What I've heard from our staff, our legal advice is to move forward with this resolution before the end of the year. And I think that it's appropriate for us to allow the 60 days for the resource agencies to respond to the notice of availability before embarking on any type of workshop. Would you be comfortable with moving forward tonight with the declaration and then adding to the motion that workshops to determine the scenarios could begin as early as mid-January, or should begin as early as mid-January?
Can I get some clarification? You said that legal counsel said we needed to do this before the 1st?
What I heard Tarquin say and what I've heard from Barbara is that there's uncertainty that we still can have this limited SLA process after January 1st.
Is that your understanding?
So I'm not currently aware of a definite change to the SLA that will be effective as of the 1st of this year. There is always the possibility that Sacramento could change something, but neither myself nor Barbara Couts are aware of something that is definitely going to come down.
So there is no currently any January 1st, law change. So I don't mind, the notion of coming to something that we can all agree on, except for maybe Bruce, but yeah, I'm not going to be supporting the declaration.
I think what I'd like to do is lay out a timeline. And whether we can do that tonight, I don't know. But it would be my preference to do the community workshop first, to do a little more due diligence. I don't have an estimate how long that would take. And I don't want to see this go 6 months, 12 months, and find ourselves in that bind. I also think that will put us at risk for no net loss as other projects come forward. So I'd want a tight timeline. That's what I'd want.
My concern with a tight timeline is that I foresee this process of engaging with the community as it shouldn't be on a tight timeline. It should be as long as it needs to be to get somewhere that we are proud of that project. And so I think in specifying that we embark on that, which needs to be thorough, and then at the end of that process, finding out that we still need to declare SLA, puts us in a position that we're not negotiating in good faith with whoever comes forward from a resource agency and say, well, you're going to do 100% affordable here, and we've spent time, we've spent money, we've spent everybody else's time in coming to understanding about what that looks like, and then we might end up with neither a park or the project that we hope to have.
So I would move that we table this declaration and ask Cosmont to give us a timeline on the conduct of task 2, which is the due diligence and analysis of the site configuration, environmental condition, and zoning, and looking at the projects that were specified that created this contract that we approved back in June. We would table this to the point at which we have the workshop that was also specified in this contract, and we would establish a date and whether it is necessary to declare this land surplus. So that would be my motion, is that we table it until after the Cosmont Task 2 predisposition, property due diligence, and regulatory compliance activities, and Task 3 City Council workshop study session.
I'll second that for discussion.
So could you clarify that? So we're tabling this declaration until we get a timeline back from Cosmo, what it would take to go through those tasks, or?
No, it would be, this is the contract, Task 2 predisposition, have that due diligence. Task 3 is a workshop, and Task 4 was a surplus land act process. So we kind of have short-circuited this contract by taking this Task 4, and it came out of nowhere. And so basically we would do 2, 3, and then, we'd be ready to make a decision at this workshop about whether to bring back the SLA resolution that we see here. So that would be part of the workshop study session, would be to establish a date for that.
I think we can also have additional workshops after that too, to continue the community input.
Yes, absolutely.
So do we want to pick a date certain to table it to?
Well, I think that's challenging me because we don't know what the Cosmont process will look like and what the timeline is for accomplishing both Task 2 and Task 3. Do we know if Task 2 has even started?
Mayor Crayons, I don't have Task 2 in front of me.
It's predisposition property due diligence. If you don't know, that's okay. But we approved this back in June, and here we are in November. So Task 1 was a kickoff meeting. I don't know if that's been done, but maybe nothing has happened on this contract. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that we've initiated those tasks.
Okay. So that's the challenge. But I do not feel that this declaration under the Surplus Lands Act is something that we should be in a hurry to do. So that's the gist of my motion, is that we need to get back to this contract and execute the tasks as they're listed, and Task 4 is to get into the Surplus Land Act process. Do you want me to bring you this? Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Well, I just wanted to state that I'm not in support of that. Not so much that I think we're skipping, we're not doing something that's important, because I do think it's important to have the workshops and to do the due diligence. The reason I know we will be doing that, and that is still to come. But the reason I won't be supporting it is because I think that this is a valid first step, and I feel as though the contract can be fluid and dynamic, and we can adjust the timeframes for when our consultant does the work we've discussed in the contract. So I fear that by doing this, we are delaying, and that creates risk.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Yeah, I think it also is putting us into a precarious position because in front of us tonight, we have the draft notice of availability, and we have HCD support for that draft. And any action that we take that moves us away from our good faith negotiation that we would embark on after tonight with opening this up for the purpose of developing a park, which you all want, and that's what would happen if we get a solicitation to do so. We might have lost that concurrence from HCD. We might lose it. And so I feel we're jeopardizing our ability to negotiate in good faith if we move forward with workshops to develop different scenarios. And to me, it's one of those situations where hindsight's 50-50, and I am very fearful that future laws and future decisions that are going to play out between HCD's desires and the Coastal Commission are going to allow for, by right, streamlined development on a parcel exactly like this one.
Well, we still own it, so I don't know how by right development could happen. They can't pass a law that forces us to give up our land, so that's one thing.
Well, I'm not going to give them any ideas, but when I played this out with lawyers who specialize in this issue, because we've been working on this all summer, there are very simple laws that could be in place that would allow that to happen.
Well, but that's the tough part, is that we haven't been working on this all summer. You may have been, but let's bring it. Who's telling us that? I don't see it. And this is land that the city owns, and we need to follow a process that engages the community. And I certainly support a 100% affordable project. And so, the question is whether this red herring of the Surplus Land Act, and we were told that this is a declaration that doesn't have an expiration date on it, that if we go with some due diligence first, as outlined in the Cosmont contract that we approved, we can come back and on step 4, go back to the declaration that if we need that. So it's to me, as I mentioned starting out, this good faith is something that we need to show the community as well, especially the folks that live around the neighborhood. And in the end, this is one of those things that the folks that live near it obviously are going to have a different opinion than the other folks in the city, right? The further away from the property you get, the more support you're likely to get for addressing the affordable housing issues. And so, it's somebody spoke to the question of do what the people want, and that's the challenge of this job, is that there are people who live in the neighborhood on Quail Gardens Drive, and there are people who live in Levenhain, in Cardiff, on Manchester, and all over town that want us to address the issue of affordable housing. And so, that's part of the challenge of this job, is that you have to weigh the needs of the community as a whole. And I've heard Jim Bond talk about having to make decisions from the 15 to 20,000 foot level that really irritate the people that live at the 100-foot level. So it is indeed the hardest part of this job. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, just one comment about one part of the city supporting or wanting to push it somewhere else. I remember Prop H. And I remember looking at the results of the voting. It went down to defeat, I'm sorry, it wasn't Prop H. It was the Ecke development to add 150 homes along Saxony. And I remember looking at it, went down in defeat 2-1. It was incredible, 65-35. And I looked at every community within the city, and they all rejected it 65-35. And the reason I did that is because at the time I was working with Goodson or trying to fight him. And he claimed that, oh, no, everybody else around the city will love what we put in Olevenheim. And I use that as an example of, no, I've always called it a shared destiny within the city of Encinitas. We all understand community character isn't just one little segment, one little street. We all share common community character, and it's all interconnected. And to ruin it in one area ruins it everywhere, because we all spend time in every part of the city. So I don't agree that it's as much of a us versus them. I think it's a collective we. So.
Okay, there is a motion to table on the table, and to go back to task 2, or maybe even task 1 of the Cosmont contract, and do the work here with the revisiting of this particular item when we get to task 5, actually task 4. So we'll call the question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, prior to calling the question, point of procedure, we are recommending that you continue the item to a date uncertain as opposed to tabling it.
Okay, I think that I'm okay with that.
So am I.
It's
for the second.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I think I made that mistake once to table something. It's just I don't leave my list there, do I?
Councilmember Blackwell?
I'd like to ask one clarifying question of staff. If we moved forward with the declaration tonight, we did not build out any scenarios, and we move forward and no one comes forward with an open space letter of intent, right? Then the city still has control to do nothing or something with the land. Is that correct?
In my estimation, yeah, that is correct.
And we would get community involvement and we would decide to do nothing or something.
That is a possible. Both of those are possible.
Am I able to make a substitute motion?
The question has been called.
Oh, question's been closed.
Then
Isn't it to close the question, he would need to get a second?
You did.
He got a second to call the question,
Bruce, Councilmember Ayers issued a second.
but not to call the question.
I'm prepared to hear her substitute motion and vote on that.
Well, I'm hearing a little wavering with Councilmember Blackwell. And my substitute motion is that we move forward with the resolution tonight and that we embark following the 60 days of the notice of availability on the most robust and comprehensive community engagement that we have done yet. And that we really spare no expense in doing so, because I think that this community deserves the most beautiful project. I think that they deserve what they want. And I think that local control that we all hold so dear, we've got it right now. And that moment could be fleeting. And I know there's a lot of fear and that there's a lot of uncertainty, but it's basically written on the wall. And I hear you, Bruce, when you talk about the days of Goodson, but I know I've heard Tony share some of his frustrations with a project that Goodson brought forward that was not several hundred units, and wishing that he had been open to that project at that time. I also heard you say tonight that it's really up to the voters to redesignate something as R30, and our housing element did not pass by the voters, and in fact, their desire was overridden by a court order, and that's the reality that we're living in. And I think we have to acknowledge that as much as we've tried to slow the roll of the imposition that the state puts on us to be able to make these decisions, we've not been successful. So when I see 2,000 units put on Quail Gardens Drive, that's a result from the failure to plan for many decades before. And Councilmember Blackwell made a really great point, and Councilmember Lyons made it too, that 30 affordable units here means that we don't have to upzone more properties like Piraeus, more properties like Clark, more properties where we are just grabbing a few affordable units here and there and the rest are market rate. So in moving this proposal forward tonight, I think we maintain local control and we can end up with a project that we're really proud of.
Yeah, except that we can do that without declaring it surplus at this time. So,
I think there's a substitute motion that I'd like to second.
okay, there's a second on the substitute motion. So the substitute motion is to adopt the resolution and go through the predisposition property due diligence that's in the Cosmont contract. So taking it out of order. Councilmember Ehlers.
So I want to clarify the court order. It wasn't a court order. It was actually a voluntary settlement by the city where there were two lawsuits, Tenants United. This is the housing element settlement that resulted in essentially the city's ability through a writ by Judge Frazier to allow us to adopt a housing element without a vote of the people. So, but it was very clear that day. I attended it in person, listened to Judge Frazier. It was a very, very measured motion or a writ by him that you get one time only. And it was only because the plaintiff and all three parties had agreed that we were at an impasse. Now, as a proponent of Prop A, we had at first trusted the city to defend Prop A, and we waited too long. And when we tried to intervene, when we saw everything going off the rails, we tried to intervene, and Judge, I think it was Maz at the time, said you're too late. You weren't timely. Now, the next time it happened.
Let's call the question.
Well, no,
I'll
I've
second
got
that.
the floor right now, so I just think it's, well.
We're ready to call the question. We're not needing to go through the whole history, so.
Okay, point of order at this point.
Point of order.
I mean, I had the floor. We had a.
Right, we have a motion and a substitute motion.
If I
and a
might,
second.
Mayor, if I might explain.
It's time to call the question.
Point of order. I have to go back
I think
to
at this point,
Robert's rules.
we take a vote on whether to call the question.
No, you're talking about the substitute.
Substitute
question.
motion,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah, and so it was seconded, and I had requested to speak, and I was recognized by
Right,
the
but
chair.
you're speaking about something other than the issue at hand.
No, I was rebutting the comments by the
Right, I get
previous
that.
speaker.
And I gave you some time to do that, and it's time to call the question. Now, we got two more items.
Point of order.
Council members, would you like my opinion?
Yes.
Pardon me?
I said, would you like my opinion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Ehlers has the floor.
Okay, well, so at this point, we can take a vote on whether to call the question?
Councilmember Ehlers has the floor. Point of order, he has the floor. He can continue, obviously, within reason.
Well, how long does he get the floor?
Within reason.
Pardon me?
Within reason.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to give him. I gave him a lot of time.
I'm almost done. In fact, we've taken more time than I probably would have used going through this. So, and then I wanted to get to the point. So bottom line is it wasn't a court order. It was a settlement, voluntary settlement on the city's part. And they chose to do that. So, and then back to the question at hand of timeline and hurry, I want to go back to the original contention that nothing here is driving a fast timeline. And I think we have the time to do what Mayor Kranz has proposed. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yep. Calling the question. It's the substitute motion.
Yep. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, will you read the substitute motion for me, please?
To the best of my abilities, to approve the resolution as presented and follow to the 60-day notice of availability and provide robust community outreach and meetings as necessary.
And Councilmember Hensy, didn't you suggest we start those no later than January?
Correct. As soon as the 60-day notice is complete, then we embark on a very robust community input strategy, and we begin that as soon as possible. So I would suggest mid-January.
I approve that clarification.
Councilmember Blackwell?
Yes, I vote for the substitute motion.
Okay. Councilmember Ehlers?
No.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
Mayor Kranz?
No.
Motion carries 3-2 with Kranz and Ehlers no.
On to item 10C, which is introduction of City Council Ordinance Number 2023-11 reflecting revisions to Encinitas Municipal Code, Chapters 12.16, 12.20, 2.28. And we will hear from Senior Human Resources Analyst Chase. Oh, wait a minute, it's Joyce. It's Chase.
Yes, not for this presentation. Good evening. My name is Jay Schwarm, Director of Administrative Services and Interim Human Resource Director. We're here to introduce to you Ordinance 2023-11, which are revisions to 12.16, 12.20, and 2.28. The revisions speak for itself. It's really an update to the executive positions as stated, modifying some of their duties to reflect what is currently going on, and then also to identify income protection plan that has been modified to sick leave instead. Now, this is for professional staff, and then also to clarify that under our income protection plan, there is a handful, a total of 8, that remained under income protection. And so that's affixed here as well in the proposed changes. So this is the first introduction. We will be back on December 13th for the second reading. I'm available for any questions.
And I would just add to my colleague, Jay Schwarm, once a year we try to do a cleanup of our ordinances for title changes, changes in benefits, et cetera, that do exist in our municipal code, and it's that time of year. So, but it is an ordinance change, so that's why it needs to be on the action item and introduced tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no requests to speak. Are there any public speakers?
There are not.
I would move approval.
Second?
Councilmember Blackwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Yes.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. On to item 10D, which is consideration of revisions to the City Council Compensation Policy Number C013 and approval of titles and salary schedule for fiscal year 2023-24. And it's Jace again with Assistant City Manager Jennifer Campbell.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, I am joined by Administrative Services Director and Interim Human Resources Director, Jay Swarm. And tonight, we're here to talk about the compensation policy. So the original compensation policy was approved back on August 25th of 1993. It established the philosophy for determining employee compensation. City Council wanted to provide high-quality services to the residents through attracting and retaining a well-qualified workforce. They determined some methods and factors on how they would determine that compensation. It included financial condition in the city, survey compensation from other labor markets, supply and demand in the labor market, general economic conditions and trends. So where council landed at that time, the level of compensation was right about in the middle of the group, which is about mean or median. Today, we have a revised compensation policy for City Council to consider. It revises the philosophy and the method for determining compensation. City Council would still provide high-quality services to its residents through attracting and retaining a well-qualified workforce by establishing wages based on the labor market, internal alignment, and equity among groups of employees. The methods do include fiscal considerations, which again would be budget, revenues, reserves, recruitment and retention, and that's getting people to come here to work. That's the recruitment, and then retaining well-qualified employees that have been here a while. We look at comparative agencies to see how we line up and who we would go ahead and benchmark against, and then of course the level of compensation. We're looking at, instead of having the level of compensation be in the middle of the group, mean or median, in order to attract and retain employees, it would be in the upper third of the labor market. Want to talk a little bit about recruitment and retention over the last couple of years. Turnover rate for calendar year 2022, we look at that as in a calendar year instead of fiscal. It was 16.7% with our represented, which is SEIU, EFFA, and Seniors Firefighters Association, and 20.1% in unrepresented, which is anyone not within a union or bargaining unit. The vacancy rate fluctuated anywhere from 6 to 12%, which means that's how many employees we don't have filled in positions. Since 2018, we've had 182 employees leave the city. And of course, various reasons for leaving the city. But one of the major reasons, and the majority of employees that have left, was higher wages. We tend to try to do exit interviews to find out why employees are leaving, if there's any improvements we can make, and where they're going. So many employees have left to go to San Marcos, Carlsbad, Vista, and the city of San Diego. As far as recruitment, we have had recruitments that have taken several months. We actually have a current recruitment that is going on 17 months unfilled. There were 2 offers made. Both of the offers that were made, either the person took another job for higher pay, or the other organization they worked for, quote, made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Whenever we do lose employees, whether it's through retirement, whether somebody leaves for a different job, there's always that loss of knowledge. We have a lot of employees that have been here for many, many years, and they have a lot of institutional knowledge about how it works, how the community is, rules, regulations, so a lot of that's lost. Also the experience, once a person's been in their job several years, they do know that better, they tend to perform really well, and they can also help others. Also, too, when we lose employees or it takes a while to recruit new employees, it can slow processes. A great example would be, I think Roy Sapow, our deputy city manager, but then development services director, he gave a presentation about a year and a half ago and basically said that his department, most of his department, was there 5 years or less. And there was quite a bit of turnover with the planners. And as we know, they do permits and discretionary permits and review and things like that. And whenever you have new planners and things come on board and you have other ones leave, there can be a disruption in service. So anytime we can't recruit or retain our employees, it does definitely have effect on the organization, which does affect our residents. There's a cost for recruiting and training. Some positions we've had to hire recruiters, which is several thousands of dollars. It tends to be for our upper management or executive level so that we can get the best person possible. Allowing a new philosophy and a different pay rate gives more room for professional growth. When folks know that they have more room to grow and they're not what we call topped out in their position, they want to stay. They have a reason to stay. The other part is we are competing with all of our North County cities, City of San Diego, South Bay. We're even competing sometimes, too, with Orange County cities, especially sometimes within our fire department. So making sure we have wages that actually attract the well-qualified folks is definitely a plus as well. So here's our recommendations tonight. We recommend a compensation policy in the upper third of the labor market for better recruitment and retention. How we plan to accomplish this would be adding one additional 5% step to all salary ranges to achieve that upper third level. And to just explain what that is, there's different steps within our organizations and grades for all of our classifications. And usually any of the grades have 1 to 7 steps. Some have up to 8, 9, 10, depending on what it is. So what this would do is this adds a extra level to the rung. It's the last level. So of course, if you have an employee that's only on a 3rd step, it will take them quite a while to get to that top step. However, we do have many employees that have been here a while and they've done great service, but they are topped out. So this would then allow them an additional step for growth. How this additional step would be earned would be through our employee evaluation process. Employees are evaluated each year, and it depends. Some are January, February. It goes throughout the entire year. And this would need to be earned through a good employee evaluation. So a person who is meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, would be able to get that extra next step. Someone who needs improvement or say basically not cutting it at the time, would still need to go ahead and improve, because we do, again, want to have a well-qualified workforce to provide the services to our residents. So this is a way to earn it. It's not a given. It's not what we saw when we go with our bargaining units, and it's more of a market adjustment or cost of living. This has to be earned by the employee. So this additional step would help bring the classifications to the upper third of the labor market. Fiscal considerations. So the cost for fiscal year 2023-24 would be about $265,000. Funding may be absorbed in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. And of course, then we would go ahead and budget future costs in the additional budget years as we're doing 1 year. And I'm not sure, the city manager may have something to say about possible budget savings. We did go ahead and take a look for this year, and I was talking about vacancy rate and unfilled positions. Currently, right now, we are on track. It's been 4 months. If you do July, August, September, October, we already have $512,000 in budget savings because we have vacancies. So these are positions that we have yet to fill. So that's the budget savings in which you could use for basically this next step. And again, this is spread out throughout the year because, like I said, some employees would be receiving this step if they have a good eval in the next month or two, and some it would be May or June. So we are ready for any questions and city council discussion. So thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you for that. I just wanted to say a couple things. We're not in a vacuum here. We're in a large region. We're in a large county. We're in a large state. There's lots of opportunities out there for our employees, and we want to be the employer of choice. And all of us have other assignments, not only our city council positions, but other agencies. And I know the agencies I'm involved with, Encinitas Wastewater Authority and the San Diego County Water Authority, we're dealing with these exact same questions in those agencies to try to maintain our position as the employer of choice, to be a great place to work. But that also means we need to kind of level up and make sure that we're competitive in the salaries and in the compensation. I'm so happy to hear this item today, and I say that because I really feel we've been struggling with the recruitment and retention, and I hear that from the community because they come to us for services, and if we can't be responsive because we don't have all of our positions filled, they feel that, and they tell us, and we get that feedback. So I don't feel like each of us are in a vacuum either. We do hear from the community they would like us to be fully staffed. They don't see it from that specific position, but they would like us to have the component of staff needed to be responsive to their needs when they need services. So thank you. I will move for approval of the recommended action.
I'll second.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I thought the turnover numbers speak volumes. I mean, that really shows us we have a problem. If I was running a private organization, I would have to address it in all likelihood based on what you said through salary. I'm curious, couple questions. Cost of a full year. I know the fiscal year 23-24, $265,000, but I assume that's for a partial year, like little over 6 months.
Thank you, Councilmember Ehlers. It is this item, if you notice, it says this would become effective on November 15th. We do also have to present to San Diego Water District. They are different meeting. So this would go into effect November 15th. So it would be from November 15th to June 30th.
So can I estimate that it'd be $500,000 for a full year in fiscal year 24-25, roughly?
I think it would be less. The budget is dependent upon, or the cost is dependent upon, there's several factors. One, it provides for longevity. However, you have many new employees that may be, in the middle of the range or, midpoint or 3/4 through, that they may not see they may not get the opportunity. It's something to work towards. It may take them 2 years. It may take them 1 year, depending on where they are in the hiring process and where they started at. So number one element is, based on their review and where they are on the step. That's one. Two, it will, so on the fire department, the impact is the very first 6 months. And post that, they will reach that number the first year. So I would expect the number, even though we're adding an additional 6 months, to be less than what the impact is for the first year. So it's very, yeah. So it's hard to, it's such a moving target. There's 3 elements to it.
I was just trying to make sure it wasn't $1 million. So I think you answered my question more than I needed.
Let me help you out here, Jace. It's 345.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So we lost a lot of employees, I think you said, to Carlsbad, San Marcos Vista. Do we have an apples-to-apples comparison about, or maybe anecdotal, and we can't name names, but like an engineer or an analyst going there, and for the same, their pay scales, which are public, are 5% higher than ours? Do we have evidence of that?
So as far as the people that have left, we obviously, as the cities that we do look in our labor market are Carlsbad, they are Vista, are San Marcos. City of San Diego is larger. Some of the other cities that we do compare to use San Diego. An example I would probably use right now, the city of San Diego, for instance, with engineers. Engineers are definitely much needed. So they're doing extra pay for different certifications and things like that. And also City of San Diego, for instance, because that's where we're losing engineers to, has raises. It's July 1st, January 1st. So literally there's 4 raises within 2 years. But obviously Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, they are some of the north counties that pay really well. So it just will depend on positions. Some positions might be a little higher or lower, but in general, some of the top employers definitely are for salaries are Carlsbad, San Marcos, and Vista.
And they're a step up from where we are, as is evidence, is what I'm trying to get confirmation.
They are.
Okay. And then last item is, it says our policy, and we're setting a policy here and where we want to pay. And our old policy was median or below, which is 50%, or median actually, not average, or below. And we're going to upper third, which I think the goal was to get above or get to that 67% plus. But in all my experience in doing exactly this kind of thing, competing for engineers, I usually have paid in the upper third quartile, which fully covers that 67%, but doesn't send that signal that we're trying to pay at 100% at that outlier on the bell curve, right? Is it possible we could, we're the policy board, could we edit that and still achieve everything you want to do by calling it the third quartile?
Councilmember, great question and great comment. And yes, we were really targeting about the 67th percentile, so you're right. Yeah, the third quartile would be anywhere from the 50 to the 75, so that gives us some flexibility. So as City Council, you certainly have the right to go ahead and amend. The policy is all yours, and we definitely welcome any changes you may have.
And last comment is I definitely support adding an extra 5% wrong, so.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, I support the policy. I like the clarification that Councilmember Ehlers just added. I would say, too, that hopefully the compensation becoming more competitive will help retain employees longer, better. I think, too, once you bring down the sort of crisis of turnover, it's still good. I mean, best companies really do look at how, if compensation isn't the driving factor, people will still leave, and there are other factors at play. So I would just hope that the city continues to explore ways to measure and action employee engagement so that we can really keep people, not just pay competitively, but give the best working environment. To Deputy Mayor Lyons' point, we want to be the best place to work.
Okay, thank you. I too think it's important that we make these adjustments. The turnover, vacancy rates, the ability to attract new employees, really important. And I can say from the decade plus that I've been on the council, there have been a lot of conversations about the policy and the fact that we might want to think about modifying it, but we never did. It's become pretty critical currently. The one thing that I would ask is that the new policy, which is attachment 1, I believe, doesn't have a date approved and last amendment. And I think it's important that we keep that record. It says date approved, which I assume would be now, tonight. Or maybe it's supposed to be a line that says date approved 93 and last amended now. I think that knowing the history of this particular policy is important. And the fact that it hasn't changed since 93, I think, speaks volumes to how we find ourselves in the position that we're in. So, Councilmember Ehlers.
I would just ask, would the motion and second makers entertain adding that as a modification, and then secondarily changing the wording from upper third to third quartile? I'm offering that as a possible, I forget what you call it. It's not substitute. I got substitute motion. Friendly amendment. Thank you.
That's acceptable.
Have you ever seen quartiles used as a unit of measurement in contracts?
Yes, I have, and it is used definitely within salaries. So if you don't mind, if I could read, it's level of compensation D, if I could read what it may say. The City Council's target policy is to achieve a level of compensation in the third quartile of the labor market for recruitment and retention. And yes, and Mayor Krantz, we will absolutely put date approved, and then we will have amended.
Yep. And tell me again what the difference is between upper third and third quartile is?
Upper third would go 67 to 100. Third quartile goes 50 to 75.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
Do you have any problem with that? Okay, I think we have a motion and it's been modified in a second.
Councilmember Blackwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Yes.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Yes.
Mayor Krantz?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Very good. There are no informational items. There are no council member initiated items. Are there any city council members pursuant to AB 1234?
Nothing to report.
Encina Policy and Finance Committee meeting yesterday.
Okay, the moment you've all been waiting for, San Diego Community Power updated our net billing tariff. We approved that policy. And without going into great detail, I'll tell you that we got a lot of letters of support, and it was a lot of work, and we were able to come to a policy that made people really happy. So it just includes additional incentives for battery storage so customers can reduce their bills, and that will have the effect of all San Diego Community Power ratepayers seeing reductions in their bills. So we got to a good place. Thank you.
Good news, nothing to report.
I had a Sandag meeting. I don't know if you can you put that. there was a presentation about our moving the regional plan for 2025 forward, and it's going to have a lot of community input. Staff is drafting the first iteration for consideration. And then the other item that we had was a conversation about an update on the status of the tunnel project for to move the tracks off Del Mar Bluffs. And I presented this idea as part of the conversation. NCTD operates the current railroad that runs through town here. And in addition to commuter and intercity rail, it has freight rail. And so I suggested that one of the things we should be studying, instead of spending the $5+ billion to tunnel through Del Mar, that we should look at taking advantage of that $5 billion and explore a way to run freight trains a different direction instead of on the coastline. And so it would follow, if you show the other page of that PDF, this is the high-speed rail alignment. And so it goes through Escondido and up the 215. They hadn't made a choice whether they were going to go all the way on the 15. But this other map that, if you can go back to that, essentially would mirror that. Where you see that green line, it would turn at Miramar and go to the 15. It would go through Escondido and then up to Paris and connect to the orange BNSF line. And BNSF is spending $1.5 billion to build an intermodal facility in Barstow. So essentially this idea would move freight in that inland corridor, and then it would allow the coastal corridor to look at a rail option that would fit in the 5 corridor, because currently freight is not feasible for the 5 corridor. So this is something that I threw out, and it, of course, got positive reviews from Del Mar. Del Mar loved the idea. This would mean no more train in through Encinitas, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Encinitas, and Carlsbad. To get to Camp Pendleton as part of the STRACnet, the strategic network, you'd take the Sprinter line that goes from Escondido to Oceanside and then up to Camp Pendleton. So there'd be commuter rail that would continue to go through Escondido to Oceanside. There would be the opportunity for commuter rail from the Inland Empire and Temecula, for example. And then there would be new vehicle types of rail that could possibly go in the 5 corridor. So my hope is that we can advance this, get this part as an option to be studied in addition to tunneling. The tunneling is a huge project that I think is fraught with peril and unlikely to ever get built. So that's what happened at Sandag the other day. City manager reports? Nothing to report. City attorney reports?
Nothing to report.
City clerk reports?
Nothing.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you. District.